ready. Hold on. Watch some lectures on the late night. Peace, peace, peace. Hope all is well. We're about to get it in. Everybody safe.
Black people, I love you,
right,
and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V or boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis and bury it. The jackal, Anubis. I'm pool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie and an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I
need. I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Yeah. Hold on now. Like the video. Let's have a, hold on. What was they about to play? Oh, that's that crazy blood. Hell yeah, play that. Go on and play that. But make sure y'all leave a comment. Why can't I see the chat? My streamer been tripping lately. Make sure you leave a comment. And let's try to have a cool little show. I got some good videos that I fell asleep watching the other night. And I was like, dang, people need to see this. So, I'm going to share it. But if y'all can leave a comment, say what's up, peace, as you come in and help the video get popping, all right? Let me get situated, because I just said forget it. I was laying in the bed all bored, like forget it, let me stream. Well, I was working so hard today, I ain't had time to stream. All right? People, some stuff is just so irrefutable that you just got to stop talking to certain people. If you one of those people who going to try to keep convincing somebody of something that you know it ain't the subject matter, it's something else. You know what I'm saying? When you know it ain't the subject matter, it's something else. And so, These debates ain't about the information anyway. I already beat the brakes off cats with the information. Hey man, my desk all dirty. I gotta clean my desk. These debates is more about who you like, who you want to win already. Let's listen to this.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's the Hawker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy. You loving the Moors. And
I hit the like so the video can go out,
like
man.
Brother Jabari scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school.
Okay, I see the chat now. What's up, Harold? RTP in the building. What's up, sucking free?
But the homie just played me, bro.
Haley, what's up?
Consciousness is going out crazy, bro.
I see Gurich, Tamika, what's up? Sadiq in the building. Ed Rose up.
You showing your hidden colors like Tariq
Nasheed, what up?
Pseudo information now.
No, they showing pseudo information.
On the text, act divine, a Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too.
What up, Gozy boy?
Shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
So I was just trying to finish up this book I'm writing today. Like, man, I've been doing too much streaming, you know what I'm talking about? Hopefully I can have that out for us in December sometime. You know how we do. Sometimes you gotta say, man, why I ain't been working, man? I've been doing too much of this. But it's all up. All right, cool. What's up? Hopefully we can get a little viewership tonight. As long as you here, though, that's all that counts. So let me find these videos that I want to play. Now, if you're going to play other people's content, you better make sure the monetization is off of that video. That's how people be messing up. Because you can't claim, see, I mean, just a little game before the show starts. You can't claim fair use if you're selling it. Yeah. Y'all need horns after that. That's the free game at the beginning of the show. Y'all didn't know that? That's why you'll get your page demonetized or turned down. Because it's fair use if you didn't monetize the video. If you monetize it, you use somebody else's material. All right, let's get going. Let me see. First, let me go and find this video. that I so want y'all to see. I had it open already. Yeah, so last night, I mean, I often fall asleep just watching Kemet videos. I don't even mind. That's cool to me to do. So last night I was watching some videos and I was like, man, why is this stuff so simple? Everybody I know, all the archers know this stuff, but some people it's hard to digest. So I'm not going to narrate the videos, you feel me? I'm just going to let them play. I might when I can't help it. But hopefully we can learn from the PhDs here. And before I play this one, I had seen another funny video. Because people always be showing, oh man, I'm going to show heck of this stuff. Forget it. Let's just go and get it in. Hold on, let me look real quick. Because y'all ain't even seen my new rap video. It already got 22,000 views. Think they threw it up last week. But all in the midst of this, I still be doing what I do. Don't get it twisted. Just because, you know, okay, they might be forgetting. We ain't got time to forget. Well, let's see how this joint with the mechanics turned out. Shout out to the mechanics. Y'all, you know, you get 2 weeks ago, 22,000 views. That's cool. This mug gonna keep going. Let's see if YouTube let us watch this. All right, let's do a world premiere. Then we're gonna do that knowledge. World premiere. Mechanics, So Into Me, featuring Casual and Kevin Allen with 4 racks on the hook. East Oakland in the building. They stay in the building. What's up?
I get high, I don't speak to hoes. I speak to ether flows to the speaker blows. Each thought bullion, that's a piece of gold. The flow that air them out till they decompose. I got the secret code, game on easy mode. So all I do is battle, wind chill like fighting freezing cold. Then put the rubber to the road, sneaker soles. So they put on for the guy, preacher clothes. The ill thought in your head could be a decent hole. Marinara sauce, oozing out your pizza roll. The metaphors I spit, they can't think of those. On this beat, I'm Swiss beats, sucking on Alicia toes. The heater blows, repeated, I still keep it cold. To pull out Jeezy, fucking on Keisha Cole's music festival in the duffel bag. 100 bands, feel like I could book the next summer jam. Rappers dumb it down when I come around. It's hollow earth theory. Niggas wonder how I'm underground. The gap burst, Uber Select, the black hearse. You can't run off on the plug when you the connect. I shove a sock in your orifice. You now rocking with Morpheus. Some of the tactics are shocking as Dr. Kevorkians. Don't get your partner shot in the audience. Blow bags and move keys is not an accordion.
I'm Mr. Perfect. I don't have any flaws.
I'm so into me.
I'm so on my own shit. I care less about yours.
I'm so into me.
Like a convict behind a lot of bars.
I'm so into me.
Feeling myself so much I gotta say it again.
I'm so into me.
Smoke a blunt before I leave the house. I got demons, I'm trying to free them out. Reaper on me, I take the scenic route. Believe nothing that you read about. So many niggas lying, ain't no use in keeping count. Who's that peeking through my window? Smokey at Felicia house. Foresight, I already peeped it, I think I need an ounce. They blurred the lines between the truth and lies. Do or die where I'm from, by my business, need a suit and tie. Money on my mind, make the hoes wait. Slow pace, better than no pace. My soul can't take too much more. This space shit is really irking me. No pun intended, them niggas been really nervous to me. Know the difference between a legend and a peasant. That he came straight off the brick, no half stepping. Life move fast, gotta stop and smell a rose. Eyes closed, tight rope, I'm always on my toes. Nice flow, I know a nigga, I'm the one that's chose. This is for the days I had the iron on the floor. Super rare, treat your baby mama like a souvenir. Slide her right about that new brazier, I got time to kill. I can see the truth through the fog. Hear the spirit when it talks, really listen to God. If you watch close, you might get a glimpse. Be real quiet though, Holy Ghost Messiah flow every line like a Bible quote. Yeah.
I'm Mr. Perfect. I don't have
Shout out
any
to the
flaws.
mechanics for keeping their partner in the mix. You know what I'm talking
I'm
about?
so on my own shit. I care less
We
about
still
yours.
got that album when it dropped.
Right like the convict. Behind a lot of bars. I'm swing to me.
That's that
Feeling
love.
myself so much I gotta say it again. I'm swing to me.
That was cool. Came out better than I thought. I was like, that video, what's up with that video? He was like, that shit cool. I'm gonna put it out. Man, they keep juking. They're all their videos blapping. You can play any mechanic blapper, but we're gonna get into it though. I'm just chilling with it. Feel like it's Friday.
What is vector similarity
Let me
search?
see, hold on. We're gonna play the
vector
knowledge, don't trip. But all they videos blap. Just the mechanics, bro. Let's see what they doing right here. You feel me?
The mechanics.
Mac is rapping and rapping, 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 everyday pistol packing, on it we never lacking, police we not attracting, customer satisfaction, traffic on top of traffic.
Shout out to the mechanics. That's my man B the Weeder right there. Yeah. So let's go with the knowledge though. All right, that was fun for a minute. But it's gonna be funner when we get to our learn up. So let me see something. Hold on. Because I had this video, I just had to pull it to the side real quick and find my history. Then I'm gonna go to this. All right, so she's just talking about hair. She got two presentations on ancient hair, ancient Egyptian. But some of them, the two of them are styled differently. So I'm gonna play one, then I'm gonna play the other. All right. We're dealing with Sally Ann Ashton. Shout out for the brothers to bring her into our view. And you can find right here, she has an interview on the Sar Imhotep's page. Sally Ann Ashton, PhD. And so I'm just gonna play this video called K&K. Kinky Hair Gallery, okay, by Dr. Sally Ann Ashton. Now, we should know that she was the curator at the, what is it, the Fritz Museum? The Fritz Williams Museum. I think that's Cambridge's museum. And so she was in control of the items, and she was like, she quit. Because of a lot of stuff. I don't want to say why she quit. But let's watch this video. It's a very informative, instructional, short video that we all, it's in a format that we all should be able to digest.
Hello and welcome to the Hair and Comb Gallery. Over the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to explore what people did with their hair in Kemet. And we're also going to look at the types of comb.
And if Chef show up, or any of my people in the you know, in the beauty industry or in the cosmetology or whatever, barbers or beauticians, this is a wonderful video to be playing in your shop while people just sitting there that might start some dialogue. I mean, you know, people want to see the game and shit too. But if you had this popping, this lightweight killing some people. Look.
Hello and welcome to the Hair and Comb Gallery. Over the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to explore what people did with their hair in Kemet. And we're also going to look at the types of combs that they used in order to keep their hair in the condition, and also the styles that they required. So what type of hair did the people in Kemet have? Well, they had a full range of curly and coily hair types, and on the left hand side you can see a wig which belonged to a woman named Merit, and it was found in her tomb when archaeologists excavated it. And Merit was buried around 3,400, 3,500 years ago, and that's how old this wig is. If you look carefully at the wig on the left-hand side, you can see that some of it is braided, some of it is curled, and if you look very, very closely at the ends of the wig, make a note of that, because we're going to see that style actually shown on statues that we're going to have a look at as part of this. On the right hand side, this just gives you again another indication of the type of hair and how it was depicted. So this is about the same date as the actual wig, but it's a painting on the bottom of a wooden object, and you can see that both women have very similar sort of natural type hair to the curls in the wig on the left. Now, we've just seen a wig that was buried with a female, and I want to share a word of warning really, because very often when you see depictions of statues from Kemet, they'll be described in museums or in publications as wigs, that the person, often the female, is wearing a wig. That isn't always the case. And where females do wear wigs, you can actually often see the hair attached, the wig attached over her natural hair. And I think part of the reason for this is very simply that most Egyptologists are of European descent. And for them, when they were looking at these statues and looking at these depictions of African people, they didn't really understand that the hair that they were seeing was just the natural form of the person's hair. So be careful when you're looking perhaps at museums, or if you're looking, as I said, at publications, museum catalogues, because often if something is described as a wig, it may not be. It may be the person's natural hair depicted on a statue or a sculpture.
Now, your partner's been telling you that for the longest. Everybody you see with a so-called Nubian wig ain't got on no wig. But here we have a museum curator telling us this. And she's telling us how to notice whether it's a wig or not. So I hope everybody heard that. So when people be talking about she got on a wig, we refer back to what the curator said.
Here we've got two examples. On the left-hand side, we have a representation of an official, and he died around 3,800 years ago. This is a small wooden statuette from his tomb, and you can see that he's wearing a cap. Now, these caps were very popular in the Old Kingdom, which is the age when the pyramids were around, and also in the periods that followed directly afterwards. So this official here, he dates to the Middle Kingdom, and as I've said, that's around 3,800 years ago. On the right hand side, we have an example of one of the earliest, and this is a pretty much life-size, just under life-size depiction of a scribe. And his name, we know, it was Ka-Appa, and he lived and died around 4,500 years ago. This statue is in Cairo Museum. And the reason that I'm showing it, obviously he doesn't have a hairstyle because his head is shaven on this depiction. And we do find this quite commonly in ancient Kemet. Sometimes we will see officials, often priests, and that's because priests had to shave their body hair off before they went to tend to the gods. So some people did shave their hair. We know that some people wore wigs. Importantly, some people were buried with wigs, and we're going to see how else people enhanced their hair a little later on. But just be careful, if you see a statue that's described as wearing a wig, just check to see if you can see two lots of hair, because if it is a wig, then that's what you'll see in pretty much every case. So just exploring now some of the hairstyles that we find from Kemet.
Man, I had people argue with me that these wasn't dreadlocks. I just, we gotta get big, y'all. We gotta get away from this nonsense.
And this statue dates to around 3,800 years ago. It's a representation of a king of Kemet, and his name was Amenemhat Nimmat Rey, and we often know him as Amenemhat III because he was the third ruler to have that name. You can see here that
I found this term in the TLA, and I told them naps was really locks, tresses, but they saying tresses thinking like this is some European shit. Man, that was locks, bruh. They called them naps, but y'all don't want to be that real. Cap that. Look.
his hair is styled into very thick locks, and he's also wearing a very neatly trimmed beard. And this statue comes from the northern region in Kemet, and it shows him as a powerful ruler, and also a ruler who was associated with Nile gods in that region.
So hold on. That's Amenemhat the First with them big ass dreadlocks. I can show you other images of him. And you see she just said they was dreadlocks. Oh, man. Oh, where did I go? I accidentally went to the beginning. Right about here.
With Nile gods in that region. Men and women had different hairstyles, and so did children and young people. And here we have a family portrait. You can see that the man is on the left-hand side, and he and his wife are holding on to each other. She's on the right-hand side. And if you look very clearly at her hair, do you remember the wig that we had a look at of Merit? You can see that her hair, and this is the same period, is actually styled in those kind of very tight kind of braids almost at the end of her hair. No indication that she's wearing a wig here. You can see that her hair is sitting quite naturally on top of her head. Her husband's hair is styled in, again, another style that we often see during this period. So these date to the New Kingdom. They're about 3,500 years old. And that's almost layered twists or braids that you can see on his hair. And their child is in the centre, and we'll have a look in a second at the next.
So, why don't modern Egyptians wear this hairstyles anymore? Because this is them, right? Oh, those are just wigs that they got from the Nubians because they had lice. Why, when you sit through a museum presentation, don't they say that?
Next slide, which will show you a type of hairstyle which is very commonly associated with children, both male and female. So these are locks. Sometimes they're side locks, sometimes they're locks of hair that are often plaited or braided on top of the head. And just to compare, you can see a young person from the Himba cultural group in modern day Namibia on the right hand side. And on the left hand side, you can see a young man who was called Kamwaset, and he was the son of a king, King Ramesses III. So he lived about 3,150 years ago. And you can see here that part of his head is shaved and the other part is actually looks as if it's been sort of plaited or braided into this side lock, and that's showing that he's younger. He's also depicted here on the wall painting of the tomb as being smaller in terms of his stature. So women in Kemet had a range of different hairstyles and different lengths. The style that you see on the right hand side, this is a statuette showing a female dating to around 2,600 years ago, is actually very short twists, and this is a very common hairstyle during that period.
Short
on the left hand
twist,
side,
just like we said.
you can see another statuette. This is slightly older. It dates to what we call the New Kingdom, and this is around 3,500 years old. Now here you can see that she has her hair styled in two kind of bunches of hair. But if you look closely on her forehead, you can see that her hair has been extended, and we'll come to this in a moment because we actually have a depiction of this happening on a relief representation. So similar to the wig, again, her hair here appears by the crisscrosses to have been braided, and then she has sort of a looser examples of hair at the bottom. Now on some depictions we have actually seen representations of beads. Those people who are old enough and may remember the 1970s and also the 80s might have family photographs showing people with their hair braided and then with beads at the end. And again, some people still use this style today. So this is something that the people from ancient Kemet used. It's not a modern or it's not a new style. Here we have a representation of a lady who was called Tia or Tai, and she lived around 3,300 years ago. Now, unlike the previous statuette that we had, you can see that there's no indication that she's wearing a wig. So this would appear to be her natural hair. And in addition to a style very similar to that wig of Merit, only it's fuller, we can see at the back, when we look at the back of her hairstyle, that it's also been plaited additionally at the back. So she has very thick hair, and hair was really seen to be a sign of beauty. And it was also an indication of wealth as well. And we'll see that when we have a look at some of the women having their hairstyle.
So that's
and
her
also
hair
some of the
too,
men
huh?
too.
Okay, cool. Take note of it.
So just as women had a range of hairstyles, so did the men. This is a depiction. Again, it dates to around 3,500 years ago. It's from a temple. And you can see that this is actually somebody, it's a male figure, and he's carrying a bow for archery. His hair appears to be twisted in short kind of twists, in layered twists, and this is a very, very common hairstyle for men around in the New Kingdom, so around 3,500 years ago. We see it on a full range of people, lots of different occupations, and it seems to have been very, very popular as a style. So there was some continuity in terms of hairstyles. This is another official, and he lived around 4,200 years ago. So he's earlier than the previous men that we've met in this presentation. And you can see that he's wearing a very similar hairstyle to the man on the previous slide, except the twists or the braids that seem to be on the lower sections of his hairstyle. We know that this was an important official because he is wearing a long kilt, and also because hairstyles were very important for also showing status, and that was true of men and for women. It could show their jobs, for example. As I said earlier, representations of priests, they tend to have bald heads because they had to shave their hair. And officials who were wealthy would also have quite elaborate hairstyles. So who styled their hair? Who did people go to the barbers? Did they go to a hair salon? Did they have their hair styled at home? Well, it seems to be a combination, and again, this seems also to have been dependent on how wealthy somebody was. So this is a relief, and it shows a royal wife, a queen, in the centre, and you can see in her left hand.
Now, when I analyzed this before seeing this video, I simply said she was getting her hair twisted. But I think she's going a step beyond saying she's getting a weave or getting something placed in, which is totally fine because that's part of the culture too, right? But I don't see this when I see this. I've seen my sisters getting their hair done a heck of times, and just because it's a comb holding up a piece of the hair, that's separating some of the hair that's already on her head. But she's going to interpret this different. Nevertheless, she's on point.
She's actually holding a mirror that would have been made of copper. And in her right hand, she's taking a drink from a bowl. And standing in front of her is a man. He's wearing his hair either short or he's wearing one of those caps that we had a look at earlier on. And he's pouring out probably wine, because wealthy people in Kemet used to drink wine, so she can enjoy herself while she's having her hair styled. So standing behind her is her hairdresser, and as you can see here, she is twisting hair into the Queen's real hair to extend and style it. We know this because if you look just above where her hands are expertly twisting the Queen's hair, you can see that there's a pin with two sections of hair that are going to be twisted into the Queen's. So effectively what this is a very, very early example, over 4,000 years ago, of somebody actually maintaining their hair and adding to their hair so it looks larger and, I guess, reflects her status and authority.
Oh, the weed.
So we've had a look at Kawit, which is the name of the Queen, and you can see here in a little bit more detail what the
J Mill just sent me Kawit's sarcophagus. But I don't know if this is in it. But he sent me Ashayat and Kawit. Exclusive photos of everything you ever seen in Kemet. Man, this man that boy sent me something today. I said, no, you didn't just send me that today. Let me go look at J Mill Kawit. Hold up. So we about to get, yeah, it's gonna go down. Let me see. All right, hold on. Let me, so we did have some Kawit. Yep, so let me go look. Open. But because, let's see if we got some angles that she was unable to grab. That's all I said. There's some Kawit. Oh man, ain't gonna do me like that. I gotta download them all. Hold up. Let me see. I didn't want to open. Well, let me see if I can find that exact one. That's a different Kawit. Oh, that's Ashai. Oh, there she. Oh, there you go. Man, we got this. Stop playing. Photos by J Mill. You want to see what it really looked like? Come on, man. You can't do this nowhere else. Everywhere else got to use our page. Now, this is what I was saying. See, she was proposing. All right, I might be wrong. She might actually be right. She's saying that this is some extra locks of hair that are being braided into here. Now, on the further examinations, I'm sure she was able to see this as close as I just was able to see. Shout out to J Mill. Dang, I made it. Hold on. And look, it appears she might be right. But what I think the artist was trying to illustrate is the separation plait. You know how when a woman is braiding something, they do a little part so that they can get to the hair and braid it from the root. Well, since we were all able to see this and this is a workshop, what y'all think? Yeah, that's J Mill at work. He just take his pictures and Kemet. Everything we be talking about, we got. And we got stuff we gonna share on for a special occasion. But right now, for this subject, what would y'all say? Do y'all think that's some weave sitting there that she about to braid in? Or is that her hair that she's separating in order to access the root so that she could twist from the root? It do look like some, but why would she only have them 3 little locks right there? So let's look and see what the extra supply of hair is. See, because normally that would have been indicated. Like they would have had, she ain't, so all she gonna do is these 3 little braids. They would have drew a bag of hair on the ground. I'm just saying. Maybe not, but here we have it. So who argues that these are the modern Egyptians? Yeah, I think it's her hair. And they just separated it over. You know, they just moved it off. Because if we really look at the round of her head, and maybe I'm tripping, but it might be that is like this blankness back here indicates the hair that got pulled up. I don't know. I might be overanalyzing. But I think the hair got pulled up and she just getting twisted. I started broadcasting late, so my East Coast people probably ain't gonna be tapped in. Chef is in Chicago or something. I don't know where Chef at. Detroit, something, Chicago, something like that. Baltimore, I'm tripping. Know what the hell I'm talking about. So he probably sleep or whatever. But it's cool to see. All right. So who wanna say where she from? Huh? See, this what I'm gonna be after this is all over. So y'all better learn how to read. This what I'm gonna be after this all over. But now it's all good. Let me see what we got next. More of them good photos. No, we could go back to the video after we was able to analyze it thanks to Jay Mill. Let me see.
The hairdresser is actually doing. She actually appears to be kind of braiding into the Queen's hair these hair extensions that you can see just pinned into the top of her hair at the top. If you were poorer, then of course you didn't go to a salon like that, and that's true of both men and women. But there are quite a lot of depictions of people having their hair styled. On the top here you can see a woman with her baby, and while she's nursing her baby, she's having her hair what appears to be braided. At the bottom we have a group of men. So similar to men going to the barber shop to have their hair cut or styled, here we have the male hairdresser expertly twisting and plaiting and braiding the man's hair, who sat on a small kind of stool in the shadow of a tree. So hair and the culture of hair, like in every single African culture, was really, really important to the people of Kemet. And it seems also that, as with people who have African type hair, the maintenance of hair often took time. If you were wealthy, if you were a member of the royal family, as we can see with Kawet here, then you went to a special salon, you had a drink, you checked the progress in the mirror, and you were tended to. But for your regular people, it was probably family members who did their hair, or friends who would help them with their hair. And these are kind of scenes, interestingly, that we will find in any barbershop, in any sort of hairdressers, and in any home right through to the present day. This is just another example of continuity that we see with people of African heritage styling their hair. Finally, as a job, people had the job of a hairdresser, and this dates to around 4,000 years ago, and it shows two hairdressers who are again tending to the Queen's hair. So on the left hand side you have a woman called Henut, and on the right hand side you have another woman who's a hairdresser called Inu, and they again are royal hairdressers. So on the left hand side, once again, you can see this technique of actually using pins, and these were tended to be made out of ivory or animal bone. And the pins would hold back sections of the hair, while braids or extensions were actually expertly fastened on to the, in this case, the Queen's real hair. And on the right hand side, you can see the hairdresser Inu preparing one of these hair extensions ready to be put in. So being a hairdresser was a job in Kemet, and for those who were wealthy enough, then they would employ a hairdresser. Senefru, the queen who we just had a look at with her 2 hairdressers, clearly had the very best. And as we saw in one of the earlier slides, in other cases people would have their friends or their family to help them style their hair. And hair was very, very important in Kemet. It was important for people as individuals in terms of how they presented themselves, but it could also show status as well. So I've actually prepared a second presentation, and that looks at the history of hair combs, including the Afro comb, or the pick,
it's good
which
too.
the people of ancient Kemet
Where did they got this music?
were using around 6,000 years ago.
So hold on. I hope that was digestible. It seems like she made the presentation for high schoolers, or she wanted to be really digestible. We could watch this with our kids, not with me talking all over it. But the video is called K&K Kinky Hair Gallery by Dr. Sally Ann Ashton. All right. Somebody, Adam, asked me 3 days ago, could I translate black ink? But why I'm only seeing the comment in my thing right now? Let's see. Adam, if you in the chat, let me know, and we'll try to translate black ink. But that was a cool presentation by her. Let me see if I can find the other one. And I hope you're getting out of that we don't even have to say much. You should just be getting what she's telling you. She ain't got to say all that. She's telling you what she's telling you right there. Like, look, they was getting weaves and dreadlocks. I don't even think I heard the word black in the whole video. Just heard a whole bunch about hairstyles and weaves and dreadlocks. But she about to go in better. And this is going to be a little bit more educational. But I hope it works. The format is wonderfully good for me. So, all right, hopefully I can get this right.
Why are you afraid of editing videos?
Man.
This I'm
You trip because you're talking all in my video. Here we go. Origins of the Afro comb.
This is the Egyptian gallery, or one of the Egyptian galleries at the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge, and I wanted to start off here because this is where the project started. One particular object that's been on display for the last 20 or 30 years actually inspired the Afro comb project. The comb dates to around 5,000 or 5,500 years ago, and it's very typical of the type of combs that we see from early Egypt. The teeth are very long, they have quite wide gaps in between, and as you can see from the comb, one of them is actually broken, probably because it was used. At the top of the comb, it's quite interesting because I suppose in some respects it's a parallel to the black fist that you see on a lot of modern Afro combs. We see an ancient symbol. It seems to represent bull's horns and
Oh, man. If we say that, we're Afrocentrist. Here she is, work at Cambridge, don't even live in America. Like these look like the black fist on Afro pics.
Parallel to the black fist that you see on a lot of modern Afro combs.
Hold
We see
on.
an ancient symbol.
She didn't say on Afro pics. She said on modern Afro combs. See how she did, y'all? Oh, they gonna have a word with every white person to say anything good about Egypt. Anything true? Well, this is funny because she said modern Afro combs. So what does that make you think? That she thinks we're looking at ancient Afro combs. Listen, you got to take the context with it.
Quite interesting because I suppose in some respects there's a parallel to the black fist that you see on a lot of modern Afro combs. We see an ancient symbol. It seems to represent bull's horns, and this particular symbol was quite common in early Egypt, and it represents fertility and also strength. It's a very masculine symbol, and so perhaps the person who was buried with this comb could have been a man. We're not sure because we don't have the excavation reports to tell us. If we look at some other objects, again from the same period, we can see very similar symbolisms or motifs appearing on the pottery. If you have a look at the pot, you can see an early man, probably a hunter-gatherer, and he's standing very close to a boat, probably on the River Nile. And in between him and the gazelle that he's hunting, you can see a standard or what looks like a flagpole. And on the top of that pole is exactly the same symbol that you see on the top of the comb. Hairstyles were very important to both men and women in ancient Egypt, and we have lots of examples here in the galleries. But I wanted to look at one example in particular that dates to about 3,800 years ago, which represents a woman wearing a type of hairstyle that was very, very popular at the period. And similar to people in modern days, there were fashions of hair in ancient Egypt and also in ancient Sudan. This particular hairstyle is known as a Hathor hairstyle. It's quite often called a Hathor wig. And that's because it's associated with a goddess who was called Hathor, who was linked and associated with fertility, and was also linked with women and leading them through to the afterlife. This type of hairstyle would have necessitated quite thick, coarse hair in order to hold it in place. And you can see very clearly that it's very thick at the top, and then is narrower towards the bottom where it curls round into two large curls. Only women of status seem to have worn this hairstyle, and this particular statue belonged to a woman who we think was a singer, and so would have been linked to the priesthood as a priestess. Also in this case, we see a representation of another female form, probably a fertility figure that was buried with someone to lead them and connect them to the afterlife and their rebirth in it. But what's interesting about this particular statue is that the woman seems to have a weave or an attachment at the back of her already quite thick hair. The hair is depicted as being sort of curly and coarse on the sides, and then it's much, much thicker at the back. We've got a fragment of a coffin here that dates to a similar period to the statues that we just had a look at. We have a very different hairstyle. The woman's hair's gone into dreadlocks, and she's actually part of a funeral procession. She's a mourner. We don't know whether she's professional, whether it was a member of the family. You can see that she's crying and she's also beating her breast, and this was very typical of people who were mourning in ancient Egypt. It's interesting because in some very traditional African cultures, there are accounts of women not styling or perhaps combing their hair when they were mourning or in the process of mourning. So this is a really nice connection between the ancient world and more modern African cultures. It looks like a traditional Afro comb but with two sides. We think is very late. It has a depiction of an animal, maybe a sheep or a gazelle on it, and it dates to what we call the late antique Coptic or Christian periods. We've actually had some of our combs that look like this style radiocarbon dated because we're not 100% sure what date they are. So as part of the project, in about 3 months' time, we should actually find out. The other comb that looks a bit more like a traditional European comb is actually earlier. It's probably just over 3,000 years old. And what happens is we lose hair combs for a period of about 1,500 years, probably not because people weren't combing their hair, but because they weren't buried with them. And then once we get into the New Kingdom, we find that they reappear, but they appear in a very different form. As part of the research for the exhibition, I'm going to be looking at this in some more detail, but the two are contrasted really quite well in this particular case. These are some of the earliest combs that we have in the Fitzwilliam Museum and also associated accessories. And the reason I say that is because we're still trying to work out what some of them might have been used for. They're all made out of ivory or bone, and they date to around 6,000 years ago, so they're incredibly early. They were found in graves, and they were found in both male and female graves. And in some of the excavation reports, when Petrie, who excavated a lot of tombs in Egypt, particularly at this early period, he mentions that some of the combs were away from the body and had hair, human hair, wrapped around them. The first example is connected, although it's slightly earlier, to one that we had a look at in the gallery. And that's this one here. And rather than bull's horns, you have two birds. This double bird motif, or symbol as it was known and identified by Petrie, who was the first person who actually did a typology of hair combs, was really important during this period, and it's one of the most commonly found on the handles of afro combs. You can see here that the teeth have also broken, and there aren't any wear marks, which again might suggest perhaps that this particular comb was either worn in the hair, perhaps as a status symbol, or that it was actually made specifically to be put in the burial with the deceased.
Hold
the
on,
next
hold
hair
on,
comb,
hold on.
we're not certain.
That's the curator of the Fitzwilliam Museum at Cambridge. Shout out to you, Side 12. You get back, you'll be back. Since the curator says these are afro combs, do the modern Egyptians have afros? That almost get a... I mean, we ain't doing no more complicated stuff. We just do all the simple little kid questions. What the hell was they doing with hella afro combs then?
Of the date. It seems to be a combination of two different styles, but because it's made out of bone, we think it's probably early. It doesn't have an exact find spot because it was actually given to the museum in 1943, and it was part of a large collection that was housed in Cairo. It belonged to somebody called Geyer Anderson. There's actually a museum in Cairo that's named after him today, which are the houses where he lived. There aren't any teeth left, but there are notches, and it looks as if they were possibly worn down. And on the top, the handle is actually in the form of another goddess, Taweret, who was a pregnant hippopotamus goddess. Now, she doesn't normally appear in pre-dynastic art or culture, and so that's why the question of the date of this particular example is still open. But we're hoping, if we can, to take a small sample to get it tested. If we can radiocarbon date it, which we can do with bone and ivory, then that should give us a more certain date. The next two combs are very similar, and I use the term comb loosely because they're incredibly fragile. They're both made out of ivory. They come from two early sites in Egypt, Abydos, which was the same site as the first comb, except this is earlier still, and Hierakonpolis, which is a very well-known pre-dynastic site, again in the southern part of Egypt. It seems that these two examples may have been worn in the hair to decorate the hair. And again, they come from a grave context, but there were no descriptions of whereabouts in the grave they were found. But we do know from other burials, examples that are housed in Oxford today, for example, that hair combs and pins and ornaments were actually found in the hair of the deceased. It's possible that hair combs were actually used as amulets, and these were kind of charms that would protect people from evil, or who would help people through to the afterlife. Again, we're not sure where this particular example...
Baby, it's baby, it's easy, simple questions. I hope this is informative.
Came from. It was excavated and probably came into the museum over 100 years ago, but it's lost its exact find spot. It has numbers marked on it which show that it was excavated though, and it would have come into the museum in this particular way. What's interesting about it is that there is, in other African cultures, most notably in Ghana, a history of using the hair comb to symbolise more than simply a functional thing. In Ghana, on textile fabrics, the afro comb appears as a symbol of fertility and beauty, and it's possible that the ancient people used hair combs in the same way, particularly when they were buried, because these objects would protect them and serve them in the afterlife.
One simple but brilliant trick to heal.
So it's possible that they was used in the same way as the people in Ghana? I must don't be hearing stuff right. I'm just listening. I want to see part 2. Let me see. Shout out to the chat. I see Juju. I see Brother Reggie.
When the hair combs they look completely different in terms of their style, which is quite interesting and might suggest that either the hair types have changed, or perhaps that the people that were making them were just making them in a completely different way. What we find is that they look completely different, so they don't look like traditional afro combs anymore. I guess for intents and purposes, they look closer to European style hair combs, and certainly the types of combs that you find in Greece and Rome much later than this period, but used by European cultures.
Thank you.
The only
Now, y'all thought she was gonna leave that out? She like, I know the difference between a comb that's gonna yank your nappy ass hair and a comb that could go through mines. Golly. I dare any one of y'all to try to comb your hair with that fine tooth ass comb. Let's listen to what she say though.
The difference is the teeth on the Egyptian hair combs in the New Kingdom are still set quite wide apart, which again suggests that the hair was coarse.
But she don't want to say what I be saying. And y'all gonna be like, she didn't say that. Where she say that at? Listen to what she's saying. Listen to what she's saying. Just listen.
When the hair combs re-emerge, they look completely different in terms of their style, which is quite interesting and might suggest that either the hair types have changed, or perhaps that the people that were making them were just making them in a completely different way.
She don't even want to say it. How the hair type's gonna change, James? She's like, oh, maybe they just was making them in a different way. I know one thing. If you make my comb so that it yank my daughter head every time I comb her hair and she crying, see, we got something called tender-headed and shit people don't even know about. What's the science of tender-headed? Who remember being young with that soft spot on the top of their head and shit? You don't even know what it was from and shit. You just touch, oh shit, what the hell? Tender-headed. Maybe that's the Mississippi swag.
The people that were making them were just making them in a completely different way. What we find is that they look completely different, so they don't look like traditional Afro combs anymore. Style.
Maybe their hair just changed, James. Maybe they froze, turned to perms. You gotta listen to the scientific way that they tell you what we be saying.
When hair combs re-emerge, they look completely different in terms of their style, which is quite interesting and might suggest that either the hair types have changed, or perhaps that the people that were making them were just making them in a completely different way. What we find is that they look completely different, so they don't look like traditional Afro combs anymore. I guess for intents and purposes, they look closer to European style hair combs, and certainly the types of combs that you find in Greece and Rome much later than this period, but used by European cultures. The only difference is the teeth on the Egyptian hair combs in the New Kingdom are still set quite wide apart, which again
Let me laugh for a minute, because now they putting hella bitumen on their skin, right? And they got small combs for fine tooth hair. And she don't know why they start making these combs like that. She figured maybe, maybe the people just start rocking perms in the New Kingdom. The New Kingdom? Man, y'all don't even know Kingdom. Can we be quiet? The New Kingdom all after hella hike soaks. So what happened? What happened, Street Sufi? What's up with Street Sufi in the building? Hey, did they get perms, Gozy? Listen to what she said. Cause she just showed the Afro pics. Now she going to the New Kingdom combs. Let's listen.
re-emerge, they look completely different in terms of their style, which is quite interesting and might suggest that either the hair types have changed, or perhaps that the people that were making them were just making them in a completely different way.
Now the second part she threw out, she just threw that out for the museum. Or perhaps that the people who are making them just start making them in a different way. They just start making them so they yank your nappy ass hair. Not even the best of y'all gonna run that comb through y'all head without saying, shit. Slow down.
That they look completely different, so they don't look like traditional Afro combs anymore. I guess for intents and purposes, they look closer to European style hair combs, and certainly the types of combs that you find in Greece and Rome much later than this period, but used by European cultures. The only difference is the teeth on the Egyptian hair combs in the New Kingdom are still set quite wide apart, which again suggests that the hair was coarse. If we fast forward in time, then we come to the next two hair combs. The first one dates to about 700 BC, so it's what we consider to be late period. And it was actually found in excavations at Saqqara, and it came to the museum in 1970s, and it was one of the last objects to actually come to the museum from Egypt. It's interesting because it shows a new design, and on one side we have still quite widely set apart teeth, but on the other side we have teeth that are much narrower. And what this suggests is perhaps that they had two different functions, or perhaps were for two different hair types. Much later still is the Roman comb, and this is around 2,000 years old, maybe slightly less. And this is interesting because what it does is it mimics the kind of hair combs that you find in Greece and Rome, so in Europe at a similar time. And it's interesting because the teeth are much narrower than any of the earlier combs that we find from Egypt. So this suggests that the hair types are starting to change, which would of course be natural when you have lots of Roman people moving to Egypt, marrying Egyptian people. And their children may have a different hair type to the much earlier ones than we had a look at a few minutes ago. The next two hair combs are very similar to one that we had a look at in the gallery. So
hold on, Sally Ann, I thought that didn't happen. I thought that wouldn't have changed the hair. Sally Ann. Sally Ann. I thought that wouldn't have changed the hair. Who told us that? Come on, man. They needed combs. It was so much change going on. They needed to produce new combs that we could find in the material culture. Come on, man.
And we had a look at a few minutes ago. The next two hair combs are very similar to one that we had a look at in the gallery, except they're less decorative. We're not 100% sure when they date to, but they're traditionally dated by comparing them to other examples to around 400 to 600 AD. So that makes them relatively modern when compared to some of the earlier examples that we've been having a look at. We've had one of them radiocarbon dated, so we should get a much firmer idea of when they date to very shortly. They're interesting because, like the late period comb and also the Roman comb, they have two different sides. One side has still quite wide teeth, and on the other side they're incredibly narrow. It's been suggested that some of these hair combs were used to comb lice out of the hair.
I'm sorry. She might be right. That looked like a damn dog comb or something. Like, I'm talking about on that one side, but she's going to posture this theory. So check it out. I mean, she's going to put forth a theory. And this has made me think about when people observe normal African-American culture for reasons of science. It'd be to find out shit like this. Watch.
It's also possible that they were used as
Let me take it back because she said it might have been a lice comb.
That some of these hair combs were used to comb lice out of the hair. It's also possible that they were used as part of the styling. What's also interesting about these hair combs is that they don't have animal decoration on them, and that would accord with the idea that they're much later, because of course the religion had changed to Christianity and then to Islam. And what we have is a series of combs that are decorated with just geometric patterns, as you can see here. And again, this may be an influence of the culture as well as changing hair types and hairstyles. So all of these different aspects may contribute to a completely different hair comb re-emerging in the form of the afro. So what we're trying to do as part of the project is to look at links between different African cultures over, of course, geographical region, but also across time. One quite remarkable similarity.
My first time ever seeing this on her screen was presented to me by, or to the community by Sar Imhotep. Now, at this time, you know, we was still whatever. I ain't even mad at dude, but look, at this time we was like, whatever. And I think we was already having the Kemet debate, but they booking stuff wasn't done yet. And I think it was Babylon Don, maybe. If you out there, Babylon Don, what's up? Who was in there too, and I was kind of vouching for Asar. Like, where they haven't found hell of these crowns. That's what you got to trip off. And she got a slide just like Asar got up, saying that is a possibility that some of these some of these crowns may have actually been ancient haircuts. You know how we used to do. Oh, people don't want that to be that, huh?
Form of the afro. So what we're trying to do as part of the project is to look at links between different African cultures over, of course, geographical region, but also across time. One quite remarkable similarity that we don't know and can't say whether it was directly linked or not, but whether or not I think it's still of considerable interest, is the similarity between a rather peculiar and distinctive crown that ancient Egyptian kings wore called the blue crown. Now you can see here that Ramesses II, and this is an image of a statue in Turin in the Egyptian Museum, is wearing the blue crown. And if you have a look closer, you can see that there are tiny depictions of concentric circles on the crown. Now, a different period, but still this region of Africa, in the Meroitic period in Sudan, when you see this type of depiction, it normally represents afro hair on the Meroitic Sudanese rulers about the period of about 200 AD. What's remarkable is that in the 1950s, the photograph on the right-hand side was taken, and this shows a member of the Watutsi people, and the hairstyle is incredibly like the form of the blue crown. Now, as I said, we can't make a direct link between the two, but nevertheless, I think this particular instance and the similarity between the two styles is quite remarkable. Another hairstyle that we find commonly in lots and lots of different African cultures across time is the side lock. And this was associated with young people, particularly boys. On the right hand side you can see an image of a young boy with his mother, and in fact the mother's actually wearing her hair styled in the Hathor hairstyle, and she's holding on to her son protectively. And on the left hand side you can see an archive photograph from Namibia, and it shows a young boy with a side lock. Now what would happen at the time of puberty is the side lock would actually be cut off, or in some cases would be incorporated into a different hairstyle. So what this symbolises is the side lock of youth, and it's something that we find for thousands of years in Africa. William Matthew Flinders Petrie was one of the earliest people to actually take any notice of hair combs, and it's a bit strange really because ancient Egyptian hair combs have received relatively little attention compared to other types of objects. What was interesting about Petrie's work was that he tried to put the hair combs into a typology or a sequence, and as a consequence of that he made an attempt to date them. The very early hair combs, as you can see here from this plate from one of his publications on the pre-dynastic period, shows hair combs that are similar to the example that we've had a look at already, the double bird motif. And you can see lots of all different sorts of animals appearing, mainly birds but also some quadrupeds. You can see lots of hair combs like the later examples at the Fitzwilliam Museum that were actually catalogued and looked at by Flinders Petrie, and these form part of the last sequence of his hair combs. So it was actually Petrie who suggested that they dated to around 400 to 600 AD, and it's that we're going to find out when we get the radiocarbon test back. Archive photographs are really useful because, of course, we don't have ancient Egyptians around to ask them how they used the hair combs that they produced. What we can see on this example is that the woman's using a traditional afro comb to hold back the hair while she styles it by plaiting or braiding the hair with a much, much narrower comb that's more typical of a European comb.
Oh, look, y'all. If she would have noted that this is similar to what was happening on the slide from Kawit, do I still got the J Mill picture open? I got a different picture open. Right? Because this is the same way the comb was being used in the tomb of Kawit, where they had the hair propped up with one comb, but she was twisting. She wasn't using the comb. She was twisting with her two fingers. Similar, but I'm pretty sure she noticed that.
So it's interesting to see the two combs in action, and I think perhaps that we might find when we look in more detail in some of the different types of hair comb that appear in ancient Egypt is that some of them may have been manufactured at the same time. Not necessarily indicating different hair types, although that's possible, but it's possible that they were used for different functions in the same way that people use combs today.
Recordings just got better.
All right, hold on.
Hey, it's Dana from
Y'all doing
StreamYard.
too much. I probably like the old premium YouTube, but I'm cool. Let me see. Oh, where we at? Oh yeah, we got some good more stuff to look at. Because it'd be hella funny, right? Alright, one thing that'd be funny is when cats go look at the modern Egyptians or ask if the modern Egyptians is saying they black. I'm like, that's a trick question because who ever said that that was being said? But this video is hella funny right here, and it's actually just too funny that this dude recorded this video. Straight from Egypt on them eyes. So let's see.
Currently, there's a huge debate going on about ancient Egypt, and we tried to cover a few of them here on this channel, and honestly, it's tiring.
Now, I hope y'all don't be thinking, see, this is what happened. It's just like styles, right, in hip-hop and battles. You can make a style, and you might not think it's picking up or something, and it'll be going all through hip-hop. And you ain't gonna hear it back till somebody come out with it on wax. Then you're gonna be like, I was the first one to ever flip that style. But it's kind of like us and the grassroots media. You see, this is what we gotta understand. No matter what side of the fence you on, there's always some real game getting spit. Check it out. We are the thumb. I mean, people try to keep their posts on the thumb of the community, right? Right, that's it, right? They thumb on the pulse of the community. I said they post on the thumb? Wow. They try to keep their thumb on the pulse of the community, right? And they want to know what's happening in the world on the grassroots level. There is so much data to gather from being able to see and hear what the average brothers is talking and arguing about. So much so that we lightweight being paid to do it. It ain't for no other reason. It's the peep gang. But now you can see how the mumblings and the murmurs, because where else is this happening? Excuse me, you see 100,000 pages where they talking about this? I'm not saying my page. I mean, but I know damn well. I mean, some people who know about this be watching. But I'm just saying, some of the even less formidable pages or even more formidable pages engaging in these conversations are causing conversations to be had on the world stage. And a lot of bumbling buffoons who be like, y'all wrong, who take the side of people who say that there was a contingency of black people in Egypt is wrong. Oh, well, let's just watch this. And be like, the modern Egyptians, you taking them people's stuff? Let's just watch this video. Then they play these videos of these kids, Egyptian kids who don't know history, talking about, why is black people taking my history? So this dude made a response to them.
And we tried to cover a few of them here on this channel. And honestly, it's tiring because it's almost like talking about something that's nonsense, because there's archaeological findings that we have talked about. There are actual historical facts. But for some unknown reason, some people don't want to associate ancient Egypt with black. Let me show you this clip of an Egyptian brother I found on TikTok. He goes by the name.
This is just so thematic.
Black. Let me show you the reason some people don't want to associate ancient Egypt with black. Let me show you this clip of an Egyptian brother I found on TikTok. He goes by the name of Sufi Alchemy, and let me tell you, he gathered the Egyptians that are pushing back. Watch this clip, we'll come back and discuss.
Dark-skinned people here in Egypt are of completely different features and culture than... Assalamu alaikum. You mean the alkaline Hamitic futures like myself? My skin color, my nose, my small lips, etc.? Sure, maybe the New Kingdom and the Ptolemaic period pharaohs would look like me, such as Ramses III. But I'm mixed. It doesn't say anything about my forefathers. My forefathers are dark-skinned Fulani. And so was the forefathers of Ramses III and these New Kingdom pharaohs, who were exposed to a lot of invasions and trades and immigrations from Europe and other parts of the world. So your argument is essentially like saying, I am brown, I have alkaline features, therefore my great-grandfather was also brown with alkaline Hamitic features. No, he wasn't. It's because my mother is white. So essentially, you deny the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom pharaohs, which had typical African features, and that is the part of what you say which may be interpreted as a little bit racist. Then you go about comparing modern Egyptian identity and modern Nubian identity with ancient Kemet. That's completely invalid because we don't care about modern Egypt in terms of identities. We care about the ancient Kemites 3,000 years ago. You know, it's 3,000 years. Things have happened that time, right? I mean, you wear a hijab, you're maybe a Muslim, huh? Where the ancient Kemites, Muslim and wearing a hijab. Just trying to prove a point. That came with the Umayyad invasion when Sayyidina Usman got assassinated and the Umayyad cousins took power and invaded North Africa. People migrate tremendously, huh? Look at Dubai today. Most people in Dubai are immigrants. Look at New York, filled with immigrants. Amsterdam, filled with immigrants. The entire North Africa is filled with immigrants. I mean, the true people there are the natives. What do you think has happened to Egypt the last 3,000 years with invasions from Assyrians, Persians, Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks, you name it? So this argument that that land and nation that you today call Egypt has always been like that is completely false. Some people cite the 2017 DNA study, which actually doesn't say what people say it does, because I read the study in the Nature journal. Yeah, that's one study looking at 2 or 3 mummies. What about the 160 mummies that they didn't publish, right? What about the 1990 study that nobody talks about that showed sub-Saharan in the mummies? What about Sheikh Anta Diop's tests and so on? So you cannot just take one study and point to something. Yeah, sure, there may be people in Egypt today and Nubia today who are direct, distant descendants of some pharaoh. I mean, there would have been many people in ancient Egypt, but since people have migrated there for the last 3,000 years, you can have people in West Africa also are descendants of them. You can have people in Iran who may trace their lineage back to ancient Kemet. I mean, people move. So this kind of argument, let's assume that people don't migrate. People are static only in that geographic region. They don't move. There are no wars. There are no changing of people. Is completely historyless. It's a naive argument that can be disproven as simply as just looking at your random city in Europe today. And the idea that just because I have alkaline Hamitic futures, my fathers also had Hamitic futures, that can change in 1 or 2 generations. Or the argument that the Egyptians today have some kind of proprietary right to history. I don't know what to say. It's ego, all I can say.
On that clip, he was responding to an Egyptian that is just angry that black people believe that there are black pharaohs and black people that used to rule ancient Egypt. And she was claiming that, like, why are you doing this? Like, that's not your history. This is our history. And as you heard, he made good points. Like, just because right now, after all those invasions, after mixing, and after everything that happened in Egypt, you can't claim that you are the only descendant, and anybody else that doesn't look like you, they are lying. We need to sue them. The same way the Egyptian lawyer is suing Netflix for creating Cleopatra. This is where we have come. Like, honestly, this is really tiring, but at least there's someone that is speaking facts and actually not shy about it. Anyways, fam, let us know down below what your thoughts are about this brother's explanation. I am Ungil Zalalam. I'll see you on the next one.
Alright, chick, that was funny to me. Sorry for laughing all through it. But she like, man, what's the matter with people? Like, and I was laughing because it sounded like she talking about half the people in the chat. Like, if you could just go back and just listen to her again and act like she was talking about, hold on. Act like she talking about a discourse that happened last night between me and somebody. Look.
That is just angry that black people believe that there are black pharaohs and black people that used to rule ancient Egypt, and she was claiming that like that's why are you doing this? Like that's not your history. This is our history. And as you heard, he made good points.
All
like
right,
just
good.
because
Shout out to that channel. All right. There's some people in the building. Shout out to y'all. I ain't doing no screamer shit. Never again. Let me see. What else to show? Your video. History. Yeah, we just watching studies that make it so plain and simple. How y'all like the little special on the Afro pics? I think it's time to bring back that Mechanics new joint. Let it get some more views, man. Stop playing. Bring that back one time. All right, we commercial. Bring that back. New joint. Mechanics live in the building. I can play stuff because I'm not monetizing this video. Don't get y'all chill on for a minute. Let you know we stay working.
The Mechanics.
I get high, I don't speak to hoes. I speak to ether flows till the speaker blows. Each thought bullion, that's a piece of gold. The flow that air them out till they decompose. I got the secret code, game on easy mode. So all I do is battle wind chill like fighting freezing cold. Then put the rubber to the road, sneaker soles. So they put on for the guy, preacher clothes. The ill thought in your head could be a decent hole. Marinara sauce, oozing out your pizza roll. The metaphors I spit, they can't think of those. On this beat, I'm Swiss beats, sucking on Alicia toes. The heater blows, repeated, I still keep it cold. To pull out Jeezy, fucking on Keisha Cole's music festival in the duffel bag. 100 bands, feel like I could book the next summer jam. Rappers dumb it down when I come around, it's hollow earth theory. Niggas wonder how I'm underground. The gap burst, Uber select, the black hearse. You can't run off on the plug when you the connect. I shove a sock in your orifice. You now rocking with Morpheus. Some of the tactics are shocking as Dr. Kevorkians. Don't get your partner shot in the audience. Blow bags and move keys is not an accordion.
I'm Mr. Perfect. I don't have any flaws.
I'm switching me.
I'm so on my own shit. I care less about yours.
I'm switching me.
Yeah, we just had to take a break real quick. We played it earlier. My man Kevin Adams coming next, but we about to go and get back to that stuff. He killed that thing. Make sure y'all go and check out that new one, man, by the Mechanics. I'm so into me. So we was looking at some of them J Mill photos. He sent me a whole new photo. I mean, a whole new folder of stuff I was talking about yesterday. Let me see. Tomb TT40 on their head. Who know what that is? To me, I think it's Tadakami. I can't see yet. And I ain't gonna share them all. I'm gonna just share some. Because we got things to talk about. Things to talk about. See, we talking about this. Let me see. Come on, man. Photos, we want me to download them before I can open them. Dang, when you get to the tomb, they blackety black. You go in the tomb, they bliggity black. They be trying to light some stuff up. How you gonna lighten up jet black? I'm gonna show y'all when this bliggity. Get your blickities. These is courtesy of J Mill. This is just that top register I'm talking about. So we can look at it. That boy do work. How you gonna go to Kimberly and come back with these, bruh? Zoom in the bull. Now this is what your noodles couldn't see. I had to magnify. Well, I'm giving it to y'all like that. This is all y'all get tonight. Bow. Another treat from the Smash Rockwell show. You can't get that big nowhere. Man, that's just like a new hit song right there. Don't even have nothing to talk about with us. We got it. You see how we showed Tadak Almon's whole black crew with him the other day, right? I'm just taking it off the screen because I don't want to overexpose his stuff. But, you know, he want me to share him, but, you know, some of this stuff we gonna save. Cat's gonna get the making slides off your YouTube. Trying to cut out the part to say how many people was viewing. Scratching out your face. Let me see. Oh, yeah, let's get back to it. Oh, that's because I did that. See what else we can find in here. So this is a Minotep called Hoy's Tomb. Pardon me while I just find something. A lot of this is just a lot of detail to this stuff. Excuse me. Let's see what this looks like. So I'm just been doing research, and a question is, well, I got various questions. Tadakama's footstool. Let me see. It's cool, right? Good work. Right. Let me go to another folder. Let me see. I want to save some of that stuff. Tadakama's war chest. Oh, and food. Oh, we didn't know. No, that was me trying to send it to you, but we couldn't get that. Let me see. I'm going into these. This is what we was looking at yesterday. And I mean, let's take a look at this. Man, forget that. I gotta download it. How can I get the picture to open? There it go. See them boys? So I want to show y'all something, but we haven't put it all the way together. But we're starting to put it together, and what we're gonna start doing a little bit more. I'm not letting people up. Oh, on the mic, I ain't tripping. Let me see. I just don't want to do no fight, but I ain't tripping. No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about when people start screaming up the show. You feel me? I'm like, it's too late for that. But yeah, I'll open the Zoom. I'll open it right now. Hold up. Let me see. Open the Zoom for sure. There we go. I'm gonna pin it in a second. Let me hit it twice so I can pin it. Sometimes I can't pin it if I don't do it twice. I gotta do it 3 times. There we go. Now I can pin it. Because that heart stuff be all, I don't like that heart stuff. But they try to force you to share a heart, then it be covering up so I can't pin the link. All right, so what was I showing? Feel free to hit the link. Oh, so this is what we was focusing on, and we was starting to discover, right? These Nubian, see these fan bearers? See how they Nubian? They ain't from as far down, bro. These dudes is not as far down as these black dudes over here getting trampled. I can tell you, gang, they part of Egypt. These are some. So I can show you a few things that we learned. These is part of Egypt. Now, one time, even these two, look at the brothers behind them. Like, you see a multiplicity of colors. So, if we would accept that that was there, I don't think it would be no more nothing to say. But people would, so he wouldn't be black. So he's not a black Egyptian. No, he's a Nubian. See, that is y'all doing that. So we got to remember that Nubian is not a real word. It's a weaponized Egyptological term. Not a real people group. It wasn't a real people group till Egypt turned to Egypt. Nubians became Nubians when Kemet became Egypt. Just so, I mean, whatever this is ain't that good. Cause this all this stuff where you trying not to drink soda. So you drinking all this weird shit. Lavender, what the hell? Anyway. Ah. What you know about a lavender aftertaste? So look. Let's show you some more work on these dudes. As your boy gets it in. I can just go through my memory, bruh, and give these boys to y'all. Matter of fact, I'm adding this to one of my slides right now, J-Man. Let me see. Download. I need to download what else. So while I add it to my slides, I'm going to get to talk to y'all about it. Download. These is just public slide. I mean, you know, the stuff I'll be doing all the time. Maybe download this one. Oh, we need to download him fighting the Syrians too. No, download this mixed army too that they hated on. And they never show people. Instead, they want me to go show Tutankhamun sandals. Where he's smashing on. See, I hope people got the understanding now. The understanding is that, let me see. No, I'm looking for it, yeah. The understanding is that Nubia wasn't a people group, right? So if Nubia wasn't a people group, then what? Then it might have just people smash people at the door. Oh, for real? Let me see. Where? Ain't nobody at the door? Look, you can see if somebody was at the door. And I would have seen it pop up on the bottom of the screen, I think. But anyway, it's good. It's up. It'll be open for to whenever anybody click the link. So I'm gonna come to this presentation where we was talking about Magi, right? And I want to show y'all some stuff. First of all, them fan bearers ain't no punks. They might not be no bosses, but they are more than a commoner. You ain't getting in the official like that, but I can show you fan bearers, as I'm about to, that have royal burials. All right. Let me stop doing it this way. Hold up. So I guess we could start right here. But this gonna be a standard bearer. All right, so let me see something. Since we're here, it's kind of on the subject. But again, as we just seen, the way that the multiplicity of ways Nubians were depicted on that stele with red and black, on that war chest with red and black skin. Here's a Nubian just depicted with his, what y'all like to call red. I call it brown. I'm just doing it for y'all, like with his red skin, right? But he right here that he's Nahesi, if we blow it up. But Nahesi is an Egyptian, as we say, right? Because this language is what? Egyptian. Right? Y'all want to read it? Nah, we ain't reading it. What we gonna do is just look at his name, Nahesi, so people can see. At least we can see in Ka. There should be another in. I say in the spirit of. It's just like something that means in the spirit of. In Ka is the spirit, and in of NHS. NHS Nahes. Okay? He ain't his name ain't Nahes. His name is Ninu. Alright, and this circle should be scooted over, so let me do that right now. Ninu. His name ain't Ninuka. Alright. So again, that's cool. Oh, we talking about Ashayet and we went over her Mijah women, our homegirls. Here go the attestations. Y'all can look it all up. In bet we learned that her yellow skin has nothing to do with her staying indoors. Oh, she stayed indoors, and the queen was outside all day. And we also had looked at this the other day. True fieldwork primaries from J Mill. Here is where Abhet is actually at. So let me show y'all what I mean. Her name is Abet. Here's the text about her from Kate Liska. Oh, yeah, from Kate Liska. Right? Here, she got her yellow skin. It ain't because she indoors. Probably because she had yellow skin. You want to know why? Because she got her brown skin, right? Which isn't traditional of, they say it shows her Nubian ancestry is what they're trying to say. He would be more in the traditional Egyptian color, what they call, Egyptology calls the Egyptian color. And they have what Egyptology calls the traditional Nubian hue. But their names let us know detail. She is from way down. Could be from way down here. And the other sisters is from over here. This is the land of Mijah. It spans up into Egypt. And they find after the 12th dynasty, C group remains going all the way up to here. All right. So that's very interesting. But we're going to get to what we were looking for. I ain't forget. Let me see. It's just a lot of information. Maybe it's, forget it. Don't forget it, but I thought it was in this slide, but whatever. We'll find another way to teach about standard bearers. A better way to teach would be to go to Ushabitz and show you this papyrus. One of the best well-preserved papyrus. I was stumped right there because it's one of the, so it's papyri. Best preserved papyrus, but it don't sound right. You feel me? But hey, you gotta say it right. Well, because if it was one of the best preserved books, you feel me? You wouldn't say book. I'm just over here just learning. So look, let's go. You're gonna be like, damn, that's hella clean. A lot of people seen this already. And it's our good brother, Ma'i Hepari. Right? Let's go find this text. Now, he said good brother. Yeah, y'all mad because it's really our good brother. The lion on the battlefield, Ma'i Hepari. And in case you didn't know, shout out to Brother Reggie. We look for ain't nobody clicked the link after I put up the link. I guess this is just a late night show for some people. I feel them. We're gonna just keep doing the study. Let me see. I think his text is down here. Like I said, shout out to Brother Reggie for back in probably 2015, whatever, putting me onto this text. And we did a lot of looking and trying to find it. I think Reggie was probably the one who presented this text to the community. You feel me? It's in here somewhere. I think it's all the way at the bottom. Watch. Go to the bottom. Then you go up a little bit. It's going to be my happy. All right, forget it. I hate when stuff do this, man. It'll be right there. Where is that? My happy. Oh, there we go. I was about to say. Wow. All right, so now let's read here. Just so we'll know. All right, my happy, my her, like, Horus, but her, pre. Valley of the Kings, KV 36. Let's stop. She just dished you. They said Valley of the Kings, KV 36. So we got this fan bearer, Egyptian, darker than me, that y'all try to call Nubian, that nothing ever, nowhere on any of his attestations anywhere, say anything about a Nubian. He is not this one person. We show you this over and over, so much so that we just got through watching a 30-minute video about Afro pics with a white lady sister talking about Afro pics. Huh? So this, don't throw him away into the fake pseudo group called Nubians and act like that's what he was at this time period. You would try to see if he was a contingency of Nehesi, but you can't do that. It won't work because everybody in this time period, he's under Amenhotep. They rule from Thebes, or Tutmos. They rule from Thebes. So you right at what they would call Egyptian Nubia. So what you gonna be like? Did he cross the line? Did he cross the line? Anyway, my Hebrew was a nobleman of Nubian descent. See? There they go, trying to throw him out of Egypt with that code word. If you look at his text that we're gonna look at, show me where it say something about I'm of Nubian descent. He's just so black of an Egyptian, they gotta say that. His name can be translated, and notice they don't ever say he is that black because he symbolized nothing else. His name can be translated as the lion on the battlefield. He died in his 20s and is depicted as a Nubian in the Book of the Dead. See? That just means he black. Do not fall for that. So let's see if he's depicted as a Nubian. Mahepri served as the fan bearer on the right side of the king. So how did that work? Yeah, because they would get a Nubian as a slave to be on the right side of the king. Then they would bury him in the Valley of the Kings. Carve him out one of the biggest, most illustrious tombs in the valley. You know that, right? One of the biggest. Not the biggest. He got a cool one. You want to look it up? Let's see. They got all of the breakdown to all of that. But here is one of the most complete. Lengthy. This thing is so long. I think it's like 35 yards. So it says, at the moment, the length is probably 6 to 10 meters. So, I don't know. Maybe 35 feet, I was wrong. 10 meters, I don't know. Let me see how long. I don't even know to do that. That's what it is, 10 meters. Doing that King's math that we do is stupid. I want to do meters and stuff. So now let's look at his Book of the Dead, as I often show. His perch in Heru. It's actually written on here, and let's see where we can find where that's written. All right. And again, my man was like, I maybe tried to do Ani once, the Book of the Dead. This is my Hepri. Okay? So he ain't depicted as no Nubian. He got on Egyptian garb. But they saying that because he black. In order to maintain what the term Nubian has been weaponized for. To separate out all the findings like this from the Egyptian culture to say this is Nubian. So what is this writing? Is this writing Nubian? So you gonna die and write your second language. You gonna have your shit wrote in your second language, huh? There go your green Asar. One star, one black. There go my Hepri on this boat, solar boat. Right? But we'll see more depictions of him. You see how beautiful and illustrious and wonderful and just complete. He had his paper. This is what this means. He had his paper. So they didn't minimalize tombs and tumuli to tombstones and coffins. No more than the bunks. Y'all just got to trip off game. Look, the tumuli and the tombstones is now, the tumuli and the tombs. And if you could ever even think about getting a bin, that don't even really exist. It had turned to tombstones and wooden coffins. You get you some cool wood, you might be good. Boo-boo head embalming that they got probably. Ain't nobody last for no thousands of years. But it's the same thing, right? You try to get a normal casket, you gonna 10 G's. So imagine trying to get buried in a tomb where somebody got to carve out the rock for the next 5 years. It ain't gonna take 5 years. How they carve out that rock that quick? Gotta take 3 years. 2 years. They got other stuff to do too. So you gotta have your paper. Then your Book of the Dead, your Per M. Heru. I don't know if we got an equivalent to this in our society. Let's stop and look at my Hepri. All right. That they separate out the culture as a Nubian, but you can read this text. He don't say he a Nubian. All right. So why they do that? It was systematic. This text ain't stopped since I started talking. I've been pausing it, but it hasn't repeated. The sections of it are still going. Here we are at the lake of fire. All right. Before the Bible was written, the ancient Egyptian lake of fire. You don't want to go there, do you? So now we see these glyphs on the side these are like glyphs of fire basically on the side. All right. And they're interconnected over a glyph for a pool. All right. And we get the symbol for lake of fire with Bobby the baboon or Thoth, one of the two surrounding it. I ain't gonna carry on with this too much, but I'm gonna let it go for a little bit more. I think I took some pictures that I would like to show to dispel a few rumors about some of this blackness, and I'm gonna give them some homework that so they could go waste their time. Go stuff. No, I'm sorry, not for the good people. I'm talking about for the ones who trying to debunk everything that come out of my mouth. Go debunk this. My Ihepri was a a traditional Egyptian, right? Black man, right? Who was buried in the Valley of the Kings. Now, I came to this to show something that I haven't showed yet. And if we read the text, we'd probably be able to conclude they probably say one of his positions in this text. But I don't think I'll ever venture on to find it. There he is before the regenerative was said. Okay. I did a lot of study about people saying that. Let's look into the chat for all the wise men that be like, Sot 12, I got a question for you. Where you at, Playboy? I got a question for you. So I was trying to see if he shows his positions on here. But they already told you, right? Before we came here, we read this. It says, My Hepri served as a fan bearer on the right side of the king. Remember? See, it be taking a long time for us to learn something. The fan bearer on the right side of the king, sometimes also translated as the fan bearer on the king's right hand, bruh. It's like your right hand man. Ancient Egyptian right hand man. The title implies a very close personal or official relationship with the pharaoh. That's where right hand man came from. You ain't gonna have no fun with that. He was the fan bearer on the right side of the king. Now look, again, the title implies a very close personal or official relationship with the pharaoh. During the times of Amenhotep II and Tutmosis IV, the title was held by officials like the Viceroy of Kush. Interesting. The steward chief of the king and several others, such as Sennacherib and Tutankhamun. Depictions of fan bearers also holding alongside of the feather. One important holder includes Ihepri. So did they just say the title implies a very close personal or official relationship with the pharaoh? So then when we come back here and look at this brother, we see why he was buried in the Valley of the Kings. Because he had that. Man, I opened up the link and nobody even clicked it. I know it's late night, but still. It's almost 12. Right? So now we see about these fan bearers. Then we could go back to J Mill's photos because we forgot how long it take to teach. Remember? When they was trying to act like these dudes was some noodles? And I was like, nah, they fan bearers, bro. So now they got an issue. They would have to say, but he's killing the Nubians, but he with some Nubians. Make that work. Right here. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I want to snip it. What happened to my snip? This right here? Oh, why are they doing that? I don't know what's going on. Every time I try to snip it, my snipping tool is closed or something. What's going on? Google take over. There you go. What about this right here? After we just learned about how important the fan bearers is to the king, right? After we just looked at that long, beautiful Hurt M. Heru by Mahepri, for Mahepri. The fan bearer. That's not Mahepri we looking at, but we started to posit, was it? We might have found Mahepri. But we didn't. He was with Amenhotep the fourth, I think, or third. But that still would have him a fan bearer around Tutankhamun, though. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce on the Smash Rockwell show that it's a high possibility that we just found Mahepri and one of his partners. Mahepri would be on the right side. He the right-hand man, remember? You see they got two different type of fans? Man, we got the peep game. That look kind of different, huh? When you understand it, then you see the homies. Don't have me show you the homies. No one ever showed the homies. They always hide them. So let me show you the homies. This who he was riding up with, bruh. No matter who he was going to fight. It might have looked just like you who you was going to fight. Duh. Everybody y'all go to fight looks just like you. Look. I didn't want to show y'all that. We got a better one of that too. Why they didn't want to show y'all that? Because if they would have photocropped this would have been looking. Imagine just photocropped this for the cover of your book. The Egyptian or something. People would be hella mad. I look like all black people. Time to watch another lecture. I'm gonna put on a lecture and go to sleep watching my own show. Just let it play all night playing lectures. So y'all can learn what y'all need to learn. Let me see. I'll be having some good ones though, but yeah, y'all act like y'all didn't hear the other one when she was talking at the college. Saying she was putting, oh no, I had a very, oh, you know what? Oh my gosh, listen to this. People so crazy. I want to play this for you. First, let's just play a lot of stuff and have fun. Look.
But the CT scan has one more surprise for Alejandro. Shammai's ethnicity.
Well, they have just told me that Shammai had Nubian features, which means that their ruling family was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Examining Shammai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bones and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image.
Now, find out. This is how you know the fix is in. You will never, ever, 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 ever in your life hear an Egyptologist, a newscaster, or any of these haters in the chat, you know the ones, say that somebody, an Egyptian, was a black African without saying that he was a Nubian. That's how you know the fix is in. They will never, ever just say, oh, he just, even though he was a ruler, they want, how does this happen? How do y'all got all these rulers who foreigners? That wasn't from there all of a sudden. Notice this. When it's two things that you can tell when the fix is in. I can tell you in Egyptology because I listen to this shit and I read too many books. It be sounding like AI was writing their shit before AI came out. Because they parrot the same stuff over and over and over. Here go a parrot. If you say black or black African, you better say Nubian. If you're talking about Egypt. If you don't, you in scholastic trouble. You never ever want anybody to think that there was any type of black people there. You want to know another one? If they ever say something about Kemet, you better mention the Nile suit. If you ever say the black land, you have to amend to that sentence an explanation about the black suit. If you say Iceland, you say Greenland. You say Iceland, you don't need an explanation about the ice. But you never, ever, ever in any Egyptological book, you will never, ever, ever see them say it was called the Black Land without saying this is because of the fertile soil. So that's when you know the fix is in. It's called fortifying. I don't want to say lies, but I'm actually writing my own book on it, and I'm almost to the bottom of it. I can show people shit they don't know about it, but they know so much. Why I keep giving them content? They don't know where to get this shit by themselves. So we can just entertain and have this popping.
Examining Shammai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bones and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image of the Egyptian ruling class.
We always thought the ancient Egyptian elite were Mediterranean type, and in this sense, Shammai is representing the society of the frontier in which different ethnic groups were mixed.
But the CT scan has one more surprise for Alejandro: Shammai's ethnicity.
Well, they have just told me that Shammai had Nubian features, which means that their ruling family was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Examining Shammai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bones and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image of the Egyptian.
No, anthropologists don't think black. No. All right, I don't even know why the Zoom's still open. Anybody click no link. Let me see. I'm closing that thing. Let me see. All right, let's listen to some more. Because people be saying some funny stuff. What happened right here? Let's see. I had what did our brother oh, this is the hey James. What James at? Hey, this buzz for you, James. What James at? Hold on, let me see the chat. Is James listening? You out there, James? This gonna make you laugh. I got a clip for you and you and you. It's all good. This for James right here.
If something comes back to Africa 66,000 years ago, I'm sorry. That, if it's been there 66,000 years, then that's African, or 60,000 years ago. If something comes back to Africa 66,000 years ago, I'm sorry. That, if it's been there 66,000 years, then that's African, or 60,000 years ago. If something comes...
Hold on, James. And you hear that Asar laugh? James, I know you sleep. But if you could have heard that, you would have been laughing. Because cats were talking about migrations. They're people different. They're people coming back from 60,000 years ago. Y'all don't remember how long they laughed about, they put on about the 60,000 years? Here we got the genetic anthropologist saying,
if something comes back to Africa 66,000 years ago, I'm sorry. That, if it's been there 66,000 years, then that's African, or 60,000 years ago. If some...
Dang, it'd be funny. How you gonna have one that just, don't worry about me. Go see what prove your point. Oh, 66,000 years ago.
And there's a new Y chromosome study that's has immense implications, because it shows that the YAP, that a particular mutation that leads to Africans and Asians originate in Africa. There used to be a debate about this, and for the longest I believed that the ancestor split in two directions, so you had the ancestor in both places. But now some people say no, it's in one place, and they're saying that some of the other Y chromosome haplogroups, key mutations, also originate in Africa. They're using the timing of admixture with Neanderthals outside and dates that they have for remains outside of Africa.
Damn, James, you should have been woke. I'm gonna have to play this for you 2 more shows. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just put the sound bite for James, because he been saying this for the longest. I just don't understand.
Some study that
he said, but
the
Neanderthals is out, so now they're using
implications,
the
because it shows that the YAP, that a particular mutation that leads to Africans and Asians originate in Africa. There used to be a debate about this, and for the longest I believed that the ancestor split in two directions, so you had the ancestor in both places. But now some people say no, it's in one place, and they're saying that some of the other Y chromosome haplogroups, key mutations, also originate in Africa. They're using the timing of admixture with Neanderthals outside and dates that they have for remains outside of Africa to recalibrate the origin of these Y chromosome lineages. So,
man, I'm sorry, dog. I just been listening. Hold on, man. Let me see. Maybe I'm puzzled. I just been listening to the debate, and I swear I was trying to hear what y'all was arguing about, and I heard James say that hella times. I don't know if I'm crazy. That's what happened. Golly. Anyway. So that's geneticist. Shamaka Ket. Your boy. Huh? That's crazy. I probably won't be up for too much longer, but I'm up chilling. Nobody hit the link, so nobody kept it popping. So I guess I'll throw in a video. Oh, people don't like this, huh?
So
this is Rick Kittles.
If we were to use haplogroups to define races, it would be extremely problematic just based on that. But even if it wasn't the case, we still couldn't use it. Because throughout different continents, we see that areas where populations go in and out of that area, of that geographic area, the movement of populations within an area or the movement out of an area. That's what we call these transition zones. And these transition zones have a blur in terms of these haplogroups. And so it's not easy to use haplogroups to define races. For instance,
cats do it every day though.
Dr. Charles Finch used to call the Middle East, he called it the Northeast African extension. I don't know if you guys remember that in his So
anyway. All right, let me play one of these bomb videos for y'all that wasn't produced by me. Support other people, good research. Y'all want to listen to, Christopher Aaron would be a good late night go to sleep video. The Africanity in Egypt. I might wake up, that'll still be playing. Y'all seen that too many times, huh? The Africanity in Egypt. All right, he got another one. African First. African First. F-R-S-T. It was African First. Christopher Aaron. Is it called African First? Yeah, historical African First. So the people who get mad that we talk about Egypt all the time, he ain't gonna be able to avoid talking about Egypt. But at least on this historical African First, it'll take us outside of Egypt. And I'm gonna let the whole thing play since I got it on what's that called mode? The mode, what do you call it? I'm getting sleepy. I got it on that mode, bro. But they don't trip. Rights free or whatever. Fair use. Yeah, fair use. Hopefully.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not.
All right, so this was an hour, 46 minutes. I probably ain't go. I probably just go to the chat and watch it with y'all. But it's a good learning experience. He's not just gonna talk about Kemet. He's gonna tell us about a bunch of African first that people tried to give to other places like the Mediterranean and all this stuff. Check this out. You're gonna enjoy it. If I fall asleep, then my stroke just gonna be streaming to the morning show. All right, I don't even care no more. Here we go. You're going to learn something. It's best to listen to this type of stuff when you're sleepy anyway.
Research professor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Echampon. I am the faculty director of the Center for African Studies. I'm also the Ellen Gurney Professor of History and of African and African American Studies. It is my pleasure to introduce my friend, Chris Arrett, who will deliver this year's Huggins Lectures. These lectures will fall under the broad theme of Ancient Africa in World History: Invention, Innovation, Impact. Christopher Arrett is Distinguished Research Professor Emeritus in the Department of History at the University of California at Los Angeles. From 1968 through 2011, he served as Assistant, Associate, and Full Professor at UCLA, following 2 years as a Research Associate at the University College of Nairobi. He earned his PhD from Northwestern University in 1968. Arrett's research and teaching interests focus on African history and African historical linguistics, focusing on linguistic taxonomy and reconstruction with archaeological records. An esteemed historian, he's a prolific author and has produced 8 books and over 70 scholarly articles. as well as contributions to a number of encyclopedias on African topics. Chris Ehret's An African Classical Age, published in 1998, argues for a conception of the period from 1000 BC to about 400 AD as an East African period during which major technologies and social structures first took shape. His Civilization of Africa, A History to 1800, published in 2002, considers the entirety of African history from the end of the last ice age to the end of the 18th century. Among Ehret's many linguistic works, reconstructing Proto-Afro-Asiatic vowels, tones, consonants, and vocabulary, published in 1995, is considered to be a classic in the field. In recent years, Ehret has channeled his scholarship in new directions, including the reconstruction of the history and evolution of early human kinship systems. In addition, he has begun applying the methods of historical reconstruction from linguistic evidence to issues in anthropological theory and in world history. Collaborating with geneticists, Ehret has sought to correlate linguistics with genetic findings and in developing mathematical tools for dating linguistic history. Since 2002, Ehret has served on the editorial board of African and Asian Studies, and he has also served on the boards of History Compass and Sprache und Geschichte in Afrika. From 2014 through 2017, Ehret was one of the three primary advisors for Henry Louis Gates Jr.'s six-part PBS series, Africa's Great Civilizations. Let me end on a personal note. In February 1999, I visited UCLA to give a job talk, and UCLA was trying to recruit a tenured West Africanist. Chris picked me up from the airport. It's February, so you can imagine Boston in February, and took me straight to the beach. So we packed, left our jackets in the car, went for a stroll along the beach, and I had to ask myself, what is a good Ghanaian doing in Boston at a time like this? But maybe I never told him, but he also has been my model of what it means to be a senior scholar in the field. I have learned a lot about early Africa from you and Jan van Sina, not just in how you wrote, but also how you related to each other. And I would pick up a review of Van Sina by Ehret and sit back with a smile, because even when they disagreed, it was with the utmost respect for each other, and they believed that they were all building on each other's works to give us all a deeper understanding of early African history. Please join me in welcoming Chris Ehret as he delivers his first lecture on African historical affairs.
By the way, if you are interested in having this, there is at least one map that will never appear in the PowerPoint that's in the handout. So it's probably worth having it. And this will be true in the next two times. There might be something that's complex, but I'll have something in the handout so you can peruse it more at your leisure, because it'll disappear from the screen up here too soon. So I tried to add to our utility of what we're doing that way. Okay, let's hope all our little devices are working. Well, since already someone else said good afternoon, I'll say that rather than good evening. It is an honor to be here with you today, and I thank you for coming in such fun weather. Of course, it's not snow flurries yet either, but thank you for being here. And especially I need to express my deep thanks to all those who made this visit possible. The Hutchins Center for African and African American Research, the Center for African Studies, to the events coordinator, Matt Weinberg, who's been my liaison and my guide as we worked all these things out, and above all to Professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. and also to Abby Wolf for their oversight and leadership in making this whole kind of thing operate and be here for us. So thank you all. Well, it says here that I have my topic. Let's go back. I didn't mean to take us off too soon. Anyway, not that long before, a little bit before maybe, 50,000 years ago, the ancestors of every single human being alive today lived in Eastern Africa, the eastern parts of Africa. And world history to that point was African history. And this is now becoming accepted knowledge. But what seems generally continue to be less understood is that just because a few Africans left the continent and began to expand across the rest of the globe, history did not come to an end in Africa. Our ancestors who stayed in our ancestral continent didn't fall out of time into some kind of ahistorical stasis. Now, 400 years have passed now. It's what a year to be, 2019, since 1619. But the horrific rationalizations of slavers, slave owners, all the others who benefited from slavery, those self-justifying myths, I'm afraid, are still too much alive today, unexamined in the minds of far too many people, not just here, but around the world. Myths of Africa as a continent off the edge of world history, as a continent with its peoples living backward lives of little change. Sorry there. And it's more, and to me worse than that, these presumptions lead even historians who should know better to portray Africa as a perpetual periphery in the processes of world history, to see the African continent as a perpetually passive receiver of new things. The possibility that flows of innovation might pass the other direction, from Africa to Eurasia, is not, I think, so much rejected as never even brought to mind, because they're approaching it with these presumptions. Whoop, that's where I want to be. So here we go. So these ideas are simply wrong. Africans did not live somewhere off the edge of the human historical world that we all belong to. They participated in and contributed to the developments that brought into being the world we all now live in, the great transitions of world history, the major early technological breakthroughs, the emergence of towns, the shift from foraging to agricultural ways of life. That's really most fundamental to what the world has become. The subsequent emergence of towns and states, and the advent eventually of commerce and commercial exchange over distance. All these developments unfolded in Africa during the same broad periods as elsewhere in the world. And I do mean deep down in Africa, not just in some peripheral edges of the continent. And maybe most upshort bringing, for those who have only heard the myth, and unfortunately too many of our fellow citizens have, the myth of African backwardness. Africa in ancient times was a net exporter of innovation. And again, I do not mean the northern periphery of the continent. I mean well south in Africa. With two individual exceptions, not until about the 3rd millennium BCE did significant influences begin to flow in the countervailing direction from Eurasia to Africa. And that's kind of going to be a topic we'll say quite a bit about more tomorrow. But for today, 3 stories that I want to do, 3 big history stories that I want to introduce. Today's talk, technology and invention in ancient Africa. Tomorrow, crops, commerce, and the export of innovation. And for the last day, a title to focus our minds in a different fashion, the Africanity of Egypt. When I began my studies of African history, and boy, it's a lot of ages ago now, I had the expectation that we who worked in the field would, because of our contributions, succeed in bringing Africa's past integrally into the curricula of history studies, of the history departments everywhere. Well, there are professors of African history at a great many colleges and universities today, and not just in North America, but in other parts of the world. And there have been for 50 plus years. But even before the middle of the 20th century, allowed to jump around centuries here, watch out as a person who's been in ancient times too long. Anyway, even before the mid-20th century, there was a large body of knowledge about the previous centuries of African history, provided one took the trouble to look for it, which I did because I was always way ahead in getting my studies done for final exams and stuff, and I went around looking and I found all these things and thought, why aren't we being taught any of this? Anyway, that's what got me into African history, I think, and if not more than anything else, but it was an important part of it. And about the only scholars who did in those days, did take the time to look in and do something with that history, were pioneering teachers at some historically black colleges. We know of Leo William Hansberry, of course, but he was by no means the only person who was doing that. It was the people in other places that suddenly in the 60s said, "Ooh," and then discovered it. So anyway, but because the growth of the field from the 60s onward, that's added immensely to our already existing body of knowledge. But can we say even yet that African history is being treated as integral to the discipline of history? When African history courses are available at a university, what proportion of undergraduate history majors actually take those courses as they work toward their degrees? In the revitalized field of world history, there used to be one back in the 20s and 30s, so now it's kind of a revitalized field. The developments in Africa, are they integral to the overall story that's told in those classes or in those books? Or are they relegated to the add-ons, which I'm afraid is too often the case? And what I find most distressing is that outdated presumptions about Africa and Africans still often lurk close to the surface in the thinking of scholars who should be much more self-aware, who should know better. If archaeologists working, say, in India, discover a site with a particular technology, and I'll bring up iron in this instance because I'm going to have some things to say on that topic, and their dates show it to be several hundred years earlier than previously thought. Well, scholarly response is likely to be, oh, this is an important new discovery, or this find might make us have to rethink our previous views. But what if as an archaeologist, better get back here, what if an archaeologist working in Africa finds a site? Let's again choose ironworking, because again I'm going to talk about that shortly. What if an archaeologist presents evidence for a very early publishes and presents evidence for a very early ironworking site dated by radiocarbon earlier by several centuries than any previous find? Well, sort of in general, if any notable human advance occurs really early, appears to occur really early in Africa, only too commonly there's a certain number of archaeologists in the African field. Their common first response is to express skepticism that things could be that early, or that, well, this is very interesting, but we must withhold judgment until we have more evidence or whatever. So let's begin our topic and start looking at some of those issues. What kinds of firsts and seconds am I referring to? Well, Africans living deep in Africa were direct participants in what I consider to be key technological transitions of ancient world history. They participated separately and independently in those transitions, and they did so during the same broad eras as people in other parts of the globe. In at least two instances, Africans appear to have brought notable technological innovations into being, not only just as early, but earlier than peoples living anywhere else in the world. Now, I would see two sort of longue durée, if we talk really sort of loosely and widely about this, two longue durée lines of technological descent leading from ancient times as people pass knowledge down, leading to the more complex technologies of later ages. One we might characterize as chemical, explain this in a minute or so more. Each line and the other as mechanical. Now, each line of development began separately in more than one part of the world, among both Africans and peoples of other continents. The earliest in historical time of these lines of technological innovation that are really important in much later times took shape with the development of human mastery of chemical processes in a particular fashion. Specifically, I mean the multiple independent inventions of ceramic technology in far separated parts of the world. So, ceramic technology. This was a major transitional development in our mastery of the world around us, not only because it's the earliest sort of formal pyrotechnology, the earliest formal technology using heat to remake the chemistry and therefore the usefulness of earthen matter, but because it had long-term historical ramifications. It was of significance in early development times because of its contribution to human food preparation and therefore to human health and to human population growth. In subsequent eras of world and African history, ceramic wares then all began often to be products traded by the market. So it became an important kind of product in the development of commercial relations. But in addition, I think we may not really we may fail to fully appreciate the foundational aspects of ceramic technology in the chains of invention that lead down to some very highly important things or very significant things today. Ceramics in modern technology are not generally clay-based, as were the original ceramics. Dental implants, for instance, are ceramic. They're made of oxides, zirconia or alumina. There are silicide-based ceramic materials used in phone chargers. The tiles on space shuttles, that's something we've all heard about. Those are ceramic because it needed ceramic materials to be able to withstand the intense temperatures of re-entry into the atmosphere. But let's go back to ancient times. This is a divergence, but why it's significant for history overall and why Africa is important in this process. So to go back to ancient times, the very first invention of ceramics did not take place in Africa. So here we're talking about a second rather than a first exactly, but in East Asia. And recent discoveries place the beginning of this development around 18,000 BCE in northern China, with ceramics in central China by around 15,000 BCE and a few millennia later reaching Japan. So that's one particular area of development in the world of ceramic technology. But far across the world, it was Africans who brought about the second earliest invention of ceramic technology in all of world history. Where did that development take place? In the far west of Africa, far, far distant, 9,000 or 10,000 kilometers away from north and central China. No later than around 9,500 BCE, Africans living in what's today the country of Mali began fashioning pottery. And the geographical region of this invention was the areas south of the Great Bend of the Niger. We may find it's a bit wider once we do more of the archaeology, but this is where we can see it right now. So, now these areas coincide, by the way, with the probable origin areas of the Niger-Congo language family, which accounts for languages spoken across a vast amount of Africa today. So the earliest ceramic inventors of Africa and the second earliest inventors of ceramics in the world spoke languages, we believe, of the Niger-Congo language family. But what is more, not only the second, but the third earliest independent invention of ceramic technology in all of world history took place in Africa. It took place 3,000 kilometers or more away from east of Mali, in the southeastern portions of today's Sahara, and almost as early, about 8,500 to 8,000 BCE. And this second invention of ceramics does not seem attributable to diffusion from the West African center of invention. It seems quite separate, and two reasons. For one thing, we can identify a separate ancient African cultural and linguistic tradition as innovators. Everywhere the second tradition occurs in regions where people for millennia have spoken languages of the Nilo-Saharan language family. And secondly, across the 3,000 kilometers intervening between, the earliest dates for pottery so far known turn up around 7,000 on to 6,000 BCE. So we've got a gap here in the deal. And here's a map which shows you arrows with the early movements that take you around up to maybe 7,000 BCE with the spread of the pottery traditions in Africa. Notice one went all the way down to Lake Turkana, where we have it by 6,000 BCE. So, and that's apparently that's the Nilo-Saharan tradition. And when ceramics do turn up in those areas, their decorative motifs show that they derive from the Nilo-Saharan one, the Eastern Sahara regional pottery development, and that they spread westward into the areas in between. So, Africans living well south in Africa created this technology long before, in the case of the ancient peoples of Mali, 3 millennia before the appearance of ceramics in the Middle East, and 4 millennia before this technology began to spread toward Europe and toward India from the Middle East. So the origins of African ceramic technology alert us to something else of historical importance, something that I think is of great importance for historians of early world and even more recent history everywhere to become aware of, and that's the gendered aspect of this history. Women were the inventors, the tinkerers, the technological experimenters who created both of the 2 early African ceramic traditions. The comparative cultural evidence right across the continent, south of the Sahara, solidly supports this conclusion. Namely, everywhere except in a very few areas where in recent centuries men took over the professional pottery making for commercial purposes, it's women who are the makers of ceramic wares and the jealous guardians of the knowledge and the practices. One of my students not so many years ago did intense work in Zambia, seeing just how this worked out, and it's fascinating to see how deeply involved. And women back up their roles with ritual observances that confirm their primacy, their authority as well in the manufacture of ceramics. Now, for those of us outside of Africa, 5,000 to 6,000 years of patriarchal dominance right through that long middle belt of Eurasia has possibly left us with an unacknowledged presumption of male agency and technological advance. The history of ceramic invention in Africa should stand as a corrective to that presumption and a corrective to help us rethink in many other places and situations as well about the roles of men and women in history. It seems to me that we historians ought to similarly be querying presumptions about gender distributions of human agency, not just in material culture, but in all sorts of areas of culture. And we shouldn't be reading pre-urban, complex society ideas, patriarchal society ideas back into the more distant past. That we've had thousands of years of unequal and authoritarian societies and cultures that lie in the backgrounds of at least many of us. But that's not all. I would argue that a second major line of early technological invention, fundamental to modern technology, grew out of the foundational pyrotechnology of early ceramic production. It seems to me entirely not at all accidental that each separate region of the world with early smelting of metals from ores were regions where ceramic technology had already previously been established. People who possessed ceramic technology were well acquainted with the capacities of fire to change chemical compositions of earth and matter. Now, metallurgy applied fire to earth and material, but in a somewhat different way. It applied fire and heat not to reshape the material as it was, but to separate out part of that matter. And then take that separated out matter and create new kinds of cultural items out of it, to produce new kind of items. And as with ceramic technology, the development of metallurgical techniques took place separately in multiple parts of the world. This is something I would love to see that we do with the things we teach people, you know, as they grow up in the school system and everything else, the multiplicity of the developments of things that lead to our modern world. But anyway, once again, Africans living deep in Africa separately initiated this kind of advance. Now, widely, copper has tended to be the most important of the early metals. It's because of its malleability in the objects and because its melting temperature, 1085 degrees centigrade, is right in the range of the early ceramic fires for firing pots. So, you know, you can see reasons why people might have come across this through that kind of operation. Now, Africans in at least 3 different parts of the continent did independently it appears, develop copper metallurgy. We don't have time. That would be a 4th lecture. We could talk about all of these different things. But I will advert, at least tomorrow, to one of those cases, because it stands out as important in some other historical processes that we'll deal with. Now, but what is most arresting about the metallurgical history of history in Africa is that Africa has a very special place in the history of ironworking worldwide. Now, the usual story, and it used to be taught, and it still seems to be widely still being taught, iron metallurgy had a single beginning in Anatolia, around, you know, Asia Minor, Turkey, around or before the middle 2nd millennium BCE. So there I've tossed some dates up there in southern Anatolia where we have some early sites. Within a few centuries, according to this viewpoint, ironworking technology began to diffuse outward from that region to the rest of the world. According to this usual understanding, iron spread first to the rest of the Levant and to the Middle East between 1300 and 1000 BCE. From there, ironworking spread further east to India, and subsequently, I shouldn't use such big words like that when I'm talking, and a little bit later also to Europe. So this technology, it was then supposed, passed from South Arabia across the Red Sea to the Ethiopian highlands by or before around the mid-1st millennium BCE. And farther west in North Africa, the Phoenicians introduced iron technology, and this is true, at their settlement at Carthage in the late 9th century BCE. And then ironworking spread, in addition to Meroe by 400, maybe 400, as early as the 5th century BCE. And Meroe did become, in fact, an important iron-producing center in the subsequent centuries. However, the conventional assumption used to be that iron then subsequently spread from these introductions along the northern fringe of Africa, southward to the rest of the continent. But that view fails in striking fashion to account for the history of ironworking farther south. So we go to a little bit different title that we've put up here. Why it doesn't work? No, I keep pushing the wrong buttons. Oh, okay. Simply stated, ironworking arrived along the northern margins of the continent far too late in time to account for ironworking farther south. Even before the settlement of the Phoenicians at Carthage, ironworking was already established more than 1,500 kilometers farther south. Already by, now we can do it, 800 to 1000 BCE, ironworking sites existed from east to west across 1,500 kilometers of the savannas of Africa. Other sites dating from around 1000 BCE are known in the Lake Chad Basin, and far away to the east in Rwanda. Wonder if my thing is working now. It's not working on this machine. I have a little thing that lights up and does it. But anyway, 900 BCE. Far away to the east in Rwanda, the archaeologist Marie-Claude van Groenderbeek, I love those Flemish names, has excavated smelting furnaces dating to the 10th century BCE, and here is her reconstruction of a 10th century BCE furnace that she and her archaeological team excavated. Now, sub-Saharan Africans, this dating evidence shows, had to have independently invented ironworking. And the distribution of the early ironworking sites that we've just mapped previously has a further implication, namely that the lands of the Africans who originated ironworking would have lain most probably somewhere in the 1,500 kilometers of savanna that stretch from one end of those arrows to the other end. Well, guess what? In the past 15 years, 2 new archaeological sites of still earlier African ironworking have come to light, and their locations and dates fit right in with these expectations. 2 sites of ironworking, Obui, located in the northeastern parts of the Central African Republic, and Batoro, located just about 100 kilometers away across the border in Cameroon. These can be solidly dated by radiocarbon to the overall period of 2300 to 1800 BCE. And the published reports, I've seen them. These are quality excavations carried out with care and thoroughness. The sites were undisturbed, sealed above and below by well-defined layers. The assemblages of ironworking materials in each site are extensive. At Obui, all the steps of the smelting and forging of iron, all what the archaeologists like to say, call the chaîne opératoire of the ironworking, are represented in the materials of the excavated workshop. Furnace structures, tuyères, which lead from the bellows that drive the oxygen into the furnace, iron bits, slag, and stone anvils for hammering the iron that was produced, along with large quantities of charcoal, because this was a forging site, that allows us to date those sites. Now, those sites of around 4,000 years ago, they represent the earliest known ironworking anywhere in the world, not just in Africa. And they're not just too early in time, they're too far separated by geographical distance to allow for any outside of Africa source. By the way, did you notice up here, I popped another, if we go back one. We now have sites in India that suggest this may also be a separate independent area of development of early ironworking. So I thought we'd let India have its opportunity to be there too. So, just how might Africans have come to discover iron and learn how to extract it? Well, you know the usual story. Metallurgy technology began, as we've already sort of mentioned, with metals of lower melting points than iron. And only after working with these sorts of metals, people would have been able to conceive of maybe with higher temperatures we can produce other sorts of metals out of ores. I always thought that was rather implausible way to think of it, because I think people are going to discover something as a byproduct more often, and then they're going to say, wait a minute, how can we use this unexpected byproduct? And that makes more sense of what I'm going to say now about the African case. Here's the thing. In large parts of the African continent, and specifically in what appears now to be the earliest ironworking locations in the Central African Republic and Cameroon, but also nearly everywhere south of the Sahara, the knowledge and use of iron precedes the knowledge and use of copper. So having a prior knowledge of copper smelting does not seem to be the explanatory factor. And again, I'm following here the noted archaeologist Marek Poznanski and a couple of other colleagues who have talked about this idea with me. Again, ceramic technology may be implicated in explaining this history. Now, widely in Africa, pots are fired in pits covered with earth, and often you can develop quite high temperatures in those. So here's the interesting additional factor, though, that we need to have also. A great many areas in the woodland savanna belt extending, we'll start in the east for you and move across. Anyway, I've got a map backward in my mind here. A great many areas in that woodland savanna belt extending from West Africa to the far eastern edges of the Central African Republic, these areas have lateritic soils with high iron content. And so what I've been pointed out to me by Merrick and others is that Africans' baking pots in these areas might often have produced, by not even intending to, little bits, little clumps of iron that might have been produced and be sitting around there as you take your pots out. And in that way, iron would have come to attention of the people in the region. Now, at this point, gender, again, enters our history, and I left one column we could have put. Metalworking, in contrast, does become men's work. Everywhere across Africa you find that's true, and men have developed the rituals to back up their position and support it. But what's interesting, too, this is thinking of a particular student's work, what she discovered in working with these people was that a number of areas, she found that the African ironworkers had rituals that showed that they recognized women's priority in some sort of way. They reused some women's motifs and put them into a new format to justify their the control of metallurgy. So interesting. We may have more connectedness of people than the way that we need to rethink about how women and men a lot of the world. Now, here's another African technological first. This work of Peter Schmidt that particularly came up with this when he was working in the Eastern African stuff. There is still another first to take note of. Sometime between 500 BCE, African iron smelters in the Great Lakes region of Africa began to build furnaces able to generate sufficiently high temperatures to directly produce steel, carbon steel. It wasn't high content carbon steel as we'd have today, but it was nevertheless steel. And it appears that this capability spread very widely through the continent. And this is no small matter because Europeans didn't develop techniques for single step smelting, producing iron until the Bessemer process of the 19th century. Now the Chinese did have some furnaces hot enough by the 11th century AD, CE. But that's still 1,000 years after some East Africans had developed furnaces capable of producing the steel. Now, we could go on to some other things, but I think we'll move on. But the point is, when you see, like the Portuguese trading along the coast in the 16th, 17th centuries, they'll trade for iron with the high quality iron of Sierra Leone, take it up the coast to trade for other products within Africa. Because the Africans themselves, well, the Europeans set these lumps of iron that weren't very high quality. Europeans could do steel, but they did it by the forging processes. But here they'd send off this lumps of iron that could be used as money, but but if the Africans wanted really good quality iron, they'd make it themselves. And so for a long time, that was the sort of case. Now, what I want to do now for the closing section of our lecture today, consider what I consider to be the second important trajectory, the one we mentioned. So here, I should have added that slide. Okay, anyway, mechanical. And my particular focus is going to be on the loom weaving of textiles. I see this kind of invention as a second global technological threshold that our ancestors crossed in moving to the technologies of the contemporary world. We rely today on machine looms and mass production rather than individual weavers, and we have new artificial materials and don't necessarily use the natural materials people used. But these methods of today evolved out of developments that began as early as the middle of the Holocene era. And in the global context, I'm going to particularly look at cotton textiles because these stand out as having had early historical importance right across the world. Now, what I find especially noteworthy is that people independently invented the weaving of cotton textiles in at least 4 different parts of the world. The multiple origins, we've seen of technologies we've already talked about. People invent the same kind of thing independently in different places. So here we have this something I'm going to call still another African first. So at least 3 or 4 different areas with the invention independently of cotton textile weaving. And in keeping with the several different origins of cotton textile production, the inventors in each region domesticated their own local species of cotton. And I think I hope I put this on the handout so that you can look at it more at your leisure, but you can see there's Glossipium herbaceum in India, Glossipium barbadense in Peru, which is kind of curious because it's not from Barbados, it's from Peru, but oh well. The name barbadense means it's from Barbados. No. Anyway, Glossipium arboreum. I guess the Europeans, when they came across, discovered it first in Barbados, so they didn't know about Peru being the source. So they gave it a weird scientific name. Anyway, so which of these developments was the first? Well, it appears this is another African first. The earliest evidence comes from today's country of Sudan. The evidence is indirect, but it's a quite solid kind of evidence. It's the presence of spindle whorls, not of the textile fragments themselves, which are quite easily destroyed by natural processes and aren't much harder to find. The spindle whorls used in the spinning of cotton thread. And the current sites, here's where you have to look on your handout for the map, at sites of the Khartoum culture in Sudan with a calibrated date in the 6th millennium BCE. This evidence dates 1,000 or more years before the earliest certain evidence of cotton in India, and 1,000 to 2,000 years before the earliest presence in Peru. Just as a side too, we see here a case of one technology building on another because these spindle whorls are ceramic. So people used their already existing ceramic technology and applied it to a new kind of things. Now, again, we face the kind of thing that archaeologists are going to not always be ready to realize what they see. The earliest archaeologists working, the ones that did things during about 3 decades ago that really went to work on looking at these materials, because the people who lived in the Khartoum sites also fished along the Nile River. They decided that maybe these round objects, these flat round objects with holes in the middle, were fishing weights. So here are 3 images, or we can look at them. On the left, yes, this item, which is sort of like a little pyramid shape, this item, not a pyramid, but a cone shape, yeah, that may be a fishing weight. But on the left, no. These are classic spindle whorl shapes. And again, I'm indebted here to Marek Posnanski, who took me through a kind of tutorial. He said, wait a minute, nobody's ever looked at these materials and understood them. And he took me through and showed me how I identify and find out what they were. So I'm particularly indebted to him on that work. And he's worked extensively in West African textile archaeology, so he's has quite the expertise for this. By the way, this was not the only African invention of loom weaving of textiles. Far away from the Sudan, in the West African rainforests, Africans brought into being a separate invention of the loom weaving of raffia cloth. Now, we can see partly how different the origins are by looking at the loom technology. The typical loom that comes from the ancient African cotton tradition is a narrow loom. And so here's one from West Africa. What the weavers did was create long strips of cloth and sew them together, as probably many of you know. And here, of course, is an example, a famous kind of cloth that takes advantage of that tradition. Now that's That's the cotton weaving. But the West African inventors of raffia cloth technology used a quite different broadloom. The example I'm going to give you is from, and I have to see if I can make it move a little bit for you. There we go. But what I want to do is move us on. I wonder if I may have to control this from here. Move it on so you can see. He is just now making the loom. So here you see once you're actually doing the weaving, it is quite a broad loom. What you had there was the person setting up, I always forget which is the warp and which is the woof, but he was setting up one part and now he's doing the other. So anyway, and here you see a particular slide with raffia cloth. The origins of raffia weaving lay most probably in southern Nigeria and southern Cameroon, in those areas. The archaeological evidence, we really need to have people getting into this and looking for this, but the comparative ethnographic and the comparative linguistic lexical evidence require that the origins go back to before 3000 BCE. And we need to have this because Bantu speakers around 3000 BCE then took this technology with them as they began to expand through the equatorial rainforests. So the technology was already well established when they began their expansion southward. And by the last millennium BCE, they had taken this technology as far south as the areas around the mouth of the Congo River. The later Congo Kingdom was an important producer in its interior areas of cotton, of raffia cloth, and also to the farthest western edges of East Africa. So, and here we see raffia cloth. I'm going to bring this one up in particular. For centuries, raffia cloth has been a highly valued item culturally and valued in trade, both in parts of West Africa, but all across Central Africa. And it's an item of social as well as economic importance. And in addition, in some areas, people began to produce standard sizes of raffia cloth to use as currency, as money, and this is one of those standard sizes. Now, here's a little additional topic I'd like to take us to with respect to raffia and cotton. We'll bring their histories back to a sign of conjunction across each other. The history of raffia cloth weaving has an interesting link up in the past 2,000 years to the wider global spread of cotton textiles and cotton textile weaving. Around 2,000 years ago, a little bit before actually, several Bantu communities apparently took raffia weaving with them into a few a few Eastern African areas where rainfall was sufficient to support the native presence of raffia palms. What about cotton in those areas? Well, in Eastern Africa, cotton textile weaving actually had a non-African origin. It didn't diffuse south from the indigenous African origin area in the Sudan belt, but it spread separately via the Indian Ocean, ultimately from India, and especially gets important, East Africa starting the period 500 to 1000 AD, CE. And what happened then in some parts of Malawi, some parts of Zambia and Zimbabwe and bits of Mozambique, people readapted the old kind of broadlooms originally used for raffia cloth. They readapted it and began to use it for the new textile material that they learned of, cotton. So I bring this story up because it's a reminder of something that we kind of had as an earlier point, but it's a reminder in a different way. Africa was not a continent off to itself, off the edge of world history. Here we see African technological invention of quite ancient origin, with African artisans putting it to a new use. They're the creative people here for weaving cotton textiles as part of their own fruitful encounter with the wider global history, the wider developments around the world. So, to sort of wrap this all up today, those African firsts and seconds, to summarize. As to ceramics, we did have a third too, because we had a second and third earliest inventions of ceramics. And just as notable, African women, I want to reemphasize this, created this technology, and they did so several thousand years before the adoption of ceramic technology in the usual regions, such as the Levant in Egypt, that we say, oh, those are the ancient civilizations. So it raises a second point. We ought also, as we consider world history, our history concerns shouldn't be just about societies that have become unequal and have centralized government and cover a big piece of territory. Small-scale societies are very often the areas where some of the most creative developments have happened. Those iron workers in Central African Republic weren't parts of some Egyptian empire or something, but they're independently discovering things, and they have the creativity to know things they want to do with it in the end. Now, as to iron, the earliest dated sites, 4,000 years ago, are located virtually in the middle of Africa, kind of over to the west side of the middle of Africa, but otherwise, that's the middle of Africa. And one added point, go back to here, the African smelters was the first, centuries before anyone else, to develop furnaces able to generate sufficient heat for single-step production of steel. And then, of course, we have our history of weave-looming of cotton textiles. Now it appears from the artifactual evidence that the earliest occurrence of this technology would have been in Sudan, dating back to the 6th millennium BCE. Now, a second point I'd like to go to, African history is relevant, essential, and integral to the history of every one of us all. Developments in Africa, not just in technology, moved ahead along similar historical vectors during the same broad ages as among peoples of other continents. It is far past time that the discipline of history took account of this fact. And it's far past time that the discipline ceased to treat African history as something exotic. To move past including Africa history in a course catalog so as to let people know, oh yeah, we think all human history is important or something, but you're still kind of pretending if you're not deeply integrating it into. And finally, I think we most strongly need to take this stance in the writing and teaching of world history, teaching world history courses, writing world history books. The integral intertwining of the African past with the overall movements of world history often seems still not recognized, not because the historical sources and the information are not there, but because of the regrettable lack of engagement of too many historians with the full sweep of that body of information. Even people in the African history field, when their own emphasis and interest is the 19th or 20th century, we find they don't really take seriously and make part of their African history concern to really try to understand and gain command of all those earlier history. And I'm afraid also, if we look at historians more generally and around the world, there's still, I think, we neglect Africa because of the persistent presumption, sadly but wrongly, of the lack of salience of Africa to broader human history until the era of the slave trade. We must bring an end to this kind of ignorance. And as I noted, I will have more to say on this point in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, oh good. Thank you, Chris, that was fabulous. Emmanuel, do you want to start? Or do you want me to?
Well, you can start and then I'll take up.
Okay. As Emmanuel said, Chris is one of the principal advisors on our 6-part Africa series, and much of this was startling to me and certainly to the people in the BBC audience and the PBS audience. And we want it to be as widely disseminated as possible. What is the most controversial thing that you've said to us today among archaeologists and historians of the early human history. What if you were at? I mean, is this widely accepted among all archaeologists? These conclusions, or not? I know that the answer is no already, but I want you to share it with the audience. Where is the principal pushback and why?
Now, which thing, if we think of iron, what we have, other than a South African raised archaeologist, I think what we're seeing as there is a generational thing. So younger people are saying, wait a minute, this information is there. These are the dates. And someone who's tried very strongly to bring things together and show people that they need to take this seriously is Augustin Hall. So he's produced some very, I also gave little bibliographies in the handout so you could maybe track some of these people. And one of his things says, look, here's this presumption, and what's really going on? And we have this presumption keep creeping back into the way people kind of back off from going where the evidence leads. So the ironworking is one of those kind of places, but I think we weren't going to have an issue in another 10 or 15 years. It'll all be. And besides, well, Central African Republic is too bad because we could use having archaeology there. I think that's crucial in a lot of ways. But anyway, something I'm thinking of doing, I've done, this is maybe off the point, but I did the full language evidence of tools, iron tools, and iron technology, and published an article on this. And when you map it across the Bantu areas, all the southern third of Africa, you can trace the ironworking. And it comes from Central African Republic around from east to west across the rainforest. So I want to do this for Central African Republic someday.
Sure. You're preaching to the converted here. So you can relax about that. What was beyond my question, of course, is about power and the dissemination of information, right? I used to think when I was a student, like the students in this room, that when a scholar like you made a discovery, published a scholarly essay, then there's this great big world book of facts. It's called the Oxford English Dictionary from my discipline, or Encyclopedia Britannica for a broader audience, or whatever it might be. Now would be the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, or whatever. And then automatically these facts, ching, would just change. But that's not true. No. Now, one of the great things, the summoning authority that we have is we can invite a great scholar like you. You'll give your lectures before an audience, and then your book will be published by the Harvard University Press, which that is a power move, right? How do we change the narrative? And black people from all over, from time immemorial, have suffered from the narrative being written at our quote-unquote collective historical expense, whether it's who invented iron technology, raffia weaving, or whether black people were competent under Reconstruction. It doesn't matter. And at the level of the genome, I don't want to everybody understands this. So you are a person whose book, is like the Bible for me and for many people, for Emmanuel and for many students of African history. It's a brilliant book. And you end in 1800. How does that message among scholars and the points that you made today, how does that trickle down and become common knowledge so that when a first grader or a second grader or a third grader or a middle school person is taught, like I was, the history of each of these technologies and products, Africa wasn't mentioned. How does that become the narrative so that everybody says, well, cotton started here and et cetera? How does that happen?
Slowly. I really have seen significant advance. It's just that it's like getting people to eventually deal with racism. You have another burst of really awful human beings revealing themselves, and it pushes us another little step. But what I did in looking at world history, and I've had all that kind of background too, that I've watched, you look at where Europeans are in the 1500s, or as late as the 18th century, still hang drawing and quartering in England. And yes, but it's so slow. But I'm afraid, in a way, academics is that way too. But things can sometimes generationally move. I actually began at Caltech thinking, oh, I should do mathematics or something. But then I realized, really, I cared about people. And I wanted to do that. So, and besides, there were no girls at Caltech those days. Anyway, so we had to go 30 miles away to find Ace. Anyway, what we learned even then was about this sort of thing where you had people like Niels Bohr saying, look, here's what happens. We start the quantum theory, and look at these people, and it's going to be the next generation on, because these people will still be where they were. And that's even in science, where people are supposed to take the evidence as it comes. So I think we have a much slower process to do that. But one of the things is to get to world historians, because I was thinking of Shadrach Chikure. I was at a meeting in Paris this spring, and he had a very interesting paper. This was on archaeology and African history, and I got into it too. Yeah, but anyway, he said, look at where people put their feet when they look at African history. And they're always standing outside the continent, looking toward it. So Africa is automatically peripheral. And so that got into my thinking of putting the peripheralness in here. And I told him, thank you for those ideas at the time. But there is this sort of thing. Yeah, we look at African history, and you start areas you already know better, and then you start marching across the continent, trying to find out more, but you've already put your feet in the wrong place. So if we can get people, and that's something I'd like to emphasize in the way I set up the beginning of this as a published work, to let's rethink where we put our feet when we're looking at history.
Thank you. So thank you, Chris, for a really wonderful talk. So I have a question, and it will connect also to Skips. So as someone who was educated in Ghana, West Africa, and then in the US, I've long had a certain ambivalence towards world history or world civilizations, in which often Africa is seen as the beginnings, and then there's a kind of a push-off.
Which is what I'm expressing such distress at, yes, sir.
But it is also driven very much by presentist assumptions, so that even when Jared Diamond, your friend, or someone like William McNeill, writing either Place in People or whatever, try to come at a processual understanding of history. We kind of still know where they're taking this.
Well, but it's still where their feet are standing, I think, in this. Because you can actually, Jared Diamond's idea, East-West thing, you can take Africa and look at the belt across West Africa across to the Red Sea, and you have the same creative or whatever. I mean, it's a back and forth flow of ideas, so that's a real area of innovation and things happening. So there could be some processual things like that, but he didn't realize about the African stuff. By the way, this is just something he and an Australian archaeologist put a thing in Science about, 2004, saying, that the Afroasiatic family came from the Middle East. And I got two other people together, or maybe Schumacher got me and another guy together, but we went back and said, no, this is wrong, this is the history. And Jared didn't, I think he should have done, he should have written to Science and said, you're right. But he wrote me and said, you're right.
So the teaching of Africa, let's say.
So I mean, he's workable.
Yes.
We could probably, if we'd worked on him, but is it worth it? We need to do generations. So yeah.
So I'm thinking about the place of Africa in world history. So to integrate Africa more centrally involves some kind of almost like an unpacking of world history. Are there alternative frameworks would it be attractive if we were to take it out of world history? Are schools in the U.S. interested in knowing about Africa,
Yeah.
independent of a framework that is different
Yeah.
from world history? That is one. Two, Skip's point about power in the production of knowledge. There's a sense in which understandings of power have framed our understandings of the world in very important ways. But I also see how increasingly American schools are becoming diverse. And you have people from different racial and cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Maybe perhaps that is what might change the packaging, as there's a need to respond to make history more representative, and by extension more historically accurate.
Yeah, well, I feel within my life, over my lifetime, we are at the threshold of another really big shift, because younger people don't seeing the world the same way, thank goodness. But on seeing, as long as you keep Africa as a separate thing, then you leave it open to idiots in Bulgaria to mistreat soccer players, or I think you could, if you could see it if you're saying, okay, I take an East Asia, I take a European, I take a Mesoamerican world, I take an African one or something. If you can get people to see all those as different interacting, but you're always in a danger that the world historians will put everyone else together and say, oh, you've just confirmed that the Africans are not part of my picture. So we've got delicate things to work our way through there. Yeah.
We have to get the story in textbooks.
Yes.
It has to become,
absolutely,
in the way that our generation, the Fertile Crescent, like human civilization starts between the Tigris and Euphrates. I mean, every school child my age, that's the way the world was. And there wasn't anything outside of the Fertile Crescent. We have to change that narrative. And I'll tell you funny little ways. Like everybody now agrees who counts the slaves, the Africans who were shipped across the Atlantic, that the transatlantic slave trade database is the authority. Now, you know, you could quibble with this, quibble with that, but that's a basic authority, right? So I read an article in the New York Times that said that the number of Africans shipped estimates range from 20 million to 60 million or something like that. So it just so happens, I know.
We're back to 1950 or something.
This was a couple years ago.
Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago. But the managing editor of the New York Times was a friend of mine, black guy named Dean Baquet. So I just sent him an email and I go, this is outrageous. This is a fact. Would you do me one favor, and the Times one favor? Every article that writes about the number of Africans shipped across should now say 12.5 million. And now every article does. That is just a small way of intervening, but it's important.
Yeah.
You know, just by accident, I happen to know a guy, I could send him an email, and he happened to believe me. But it has to be done systematically, and we're losing that battle because we can't control textbooks in boards like Texas and places like that because they're very, very conservative. They don't even believe in evolution. But anyway, we're talking to you at dinner. Questions, comments?
So thank you for this talk. It was really fascinating. I have a question about terminology that I hope will kind of feed into the discussion we've already been having. So you speak about African first, which of course implies the entire continent. But then the innovations that you were talking about today, you reference a number of concepts like deep in Africa, south of the Sahara, sub-Saharan.
This was trying to get people to put their feet in another place.
Okay, and so that's...
on to putting Africa back together more as we go on.
Okay, and so that's what I wanted you to talk about a little bit is the terminology and maybe explain some of the challenges of talking about this moment in history. And sort of we're steeped in all these biases of how we see the African continent, right? And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about whether you see a significance in these innovations coming about in what today some would classify as sub-Saharan Africa versus northern parts of the continent. are there these divisions in the world at the time and how Africans are seen? Or do you point out this concept of deep in Africa or south of the Sahara to kind of break down those stereotypes that we have in this moment?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Maybe. Yeah, well, that is its own serious thing. But when you do look at more ancient records, people are not working in paradigms that the last 400 years have created for us either. So people are certainly good at finding nasty ways to treat people who aren't your group, but they organize it around different kinds of separative principles of social difference and cultural difference, so what you believe and so on. So I think we could talk about how it's a different. We could try to set the context that the world, as people are evaluating things around them and their relations with others, they're working on different paradigms than we have had given to us. So maybe I don't know if that gets you very much further, but that you'd like to see me get some of that into to whatever I was doing with it, yeah, something like that. Well, I hope.
There's no doubt in my mind, but that textbooks are the key. As lamentable as using textbooks is, but you have to get information into K-12 people.
Yeah,
or they're just going to they're going to get to college and they're not going to take a world history course.
Yeah, and I see a catch-22 kind of thing. We've got to train people in college so when they do teaching, they'll teach these things. On the other hand, since they didn't get it in their teaching,
exactly.
Why would they take the course then?
Right.
So
there's a corollary to the grammars there as well. The other thing I wanted to say is that standardized testing is what is wrecking a lot of a lot of this. And if you go into schools, high schools, good high schools, everybody is keyed on U.S. history because that's going to be tested. All right, and it hampers teachers teaching outside of U.S. history because they don't feel they don't feel that they would be supported if they were to broaden the brush of history. And if you think Africa is ignored, try South America.
In my California schooling, we actually got a whole bunch about South America and then Mexico above all. So we had quite a whole year where we emphasized the continent and a whole year emphasizing Mexico. So it's possible. So.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. So
by the way, I'm getting older. And
sorry.
So occasionally I may have to ask you a second time.
So. Okay, can you hear me better now? I was asking if you can hear me better now.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. So I have a question that's fairly similar to the penultimate question regarding terminology and paradigms. So I was curious about your thoughts on the term sub-Saharan Africa as a historian, because I know personally, every time I see that particular terminology, I always found it very problematic. And just the whole lumping of West, East, and Southern Africa within this whole sub-Saharan, as though the Sahara Desert is a legitimate demarcation for the continent, whereas North Africa gets to be its own entity and very often is lumped with the Middle East. And so I'm curious as a historian if there's any legitimate justification for that separation. I'm also asking this question as a student here, because that's how we're basically taught and trained to think about sub-Saharan Africa as separate from North Africa to an extent. So what are the actual foundations of that terminology as a historian? That's my question.
Well, what I did with my Civilizations of Africa book was to treat the whole continent and keep it all together to the extent.
Into the microphone.
In the microphone. Chris?
Oh, sorry. I'm enjoying myself too much. Okay, so, yeah, thank you. this is what I did in my Civilizations of Africa. I made it an entire tied together. And if what civilizations is this really, what a word. I mean, it's this value judgment, and it's valuing things for the wrong reason. Autocratic, unequal societies get to be civilizations because they're, what? Sorry. So for civilization, I took the other legitimate would be, if everybody used it that way, it would mean a society with towns, which was the original meaning. But we're not going to get it. But there is another meaning, like Western civilization or ancient Near Eastern civilization or whatever, meaning a cultural complex of people who have deep shared historical roots. And when you do that with Africa, there are 4. Well, there's a 5th too, but we don't have a language family left for them. And one of those families ties both subs and non-sub Africa together as one. And other families tie big parts of the continent together. And those language families, it turns out, really coincide with certain deep shared ideas about religious belief, how people organize the spiritual world. So they have real deep cultural bonds that seem to go with their language relationships. And so this way I could tie together the whole continent. So that's what I try to do. The last one, we do go north and south of the Sahara for the last lecture of these 3. So anyway, we'll get a chance to look at it that way. The next one is saying, look, if you thought Africa was sitting there doing nothing, here's a bunch of things that Africans farther south are sending north. So I'll still be talking kind of the same way. But the third one we'll get.
Your approach has always been Pan-African.
Yeah.
Questions, comments? Can't see behind us.
We have a hand?
We have a hand?
Uh-huh.
We have time for one more question.
Oh, okay. So I kind of wanted to push back against the idea that textbooks or traditional forms of learning were the only way to kind of introduce the public to an alternative mindset about how important Africa was in history.
Sorry, I'm losing some words.
Sorry.
There.
She said that she wanted to push back against the idea that textbooks were the only way to change the narrative.
Mm.
No one said
Yeah.
the only way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But please, yeah.
Major way.
Mm.
I'm an undergraduate here at the college, so I've recently gone through kind of the American education system, and I think my teachers have had kind of like the good sense to introduce different forms of learning and different perspectives, and a lot of what they used were like YouTube videos, or I don't know if you're familiar with like Khan Academy, even like Professor Gates, we could watch like documentaries that he's done. So I was just wanting to like get your take on kind of alternative streams of education that could help change the narrative.
Yeah. Well, I think we have a nice tool now too that we can use because of your putting that together. But I had really lovely experiences with, we get a sort of extended seminar sort of thing, but undergraduates, because we could go off and say, okay, you're each going to go into different things and look at the materials, whether it's visual or it's written, and be able to bring back and share, and then we bounce off each other. And it was really good. I'm thinking of one particular course too, late in my career, but it was really felt so good because putting that together that way, they came away, they were all really into Africa, but they were also, they could see the implications from what somebody else's, what it meant for their paper. So yeah, it worked very nicely doing that. It's hard to do when I got stuck with a class of 100 people, but upper division, fortunately, we could do smaller. So I like what you're saying very much.
So before we thank our speaker, 2 quick announcements as a reception. So don't hurry out. Stop by, and it's going to be that way. 7. And then second, I understand there's a wonderful exhibition on Nubia in the Museum of Fine Arts, and so I wanted to mention that. Please join me in thanking Chris Ehret. We're looking forward to the next 2 installments.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great job. Let's have food and drink.
So the food is to the right.
Where's the palm wine?